their way inside as we get the program of activities underway. Kindly asking all those at the back to take your seats. So I'm just giving you a minute to settle. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jason Mackenzie. I serve as Director of Student Services and Development here at the Mona campus of the University of the West Indies, and I will be taking you through the day's program. Let me acknowledge the presence of our Student Services and Development managers, the presence of the President of the Guild of Students, or parents, spouses, other family members, well-wishers, students, booth holders, ladies and gentlemen all, a bright, sunny, summer, Sunday morning, greetings to you all. Hola, no man. I am a rural guy, a country boy. And so I don't know if country manners different from town manners. But I am used to people saying good morning back when I say good morning. So we're going to try that again. You know what I mean? This is the Mona campus of the University of the West Indies, and we do things in a nice, vibrant, sunny kind of a way. So let me try that again. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Now me feel a little better. And welcome to the Mona campus of the University of the West Indies. We are indeed very delighted to have you here with us this morning. And we thank you for choosing the Mona campus. We know that you had options. We are absolutely certain that there are a number of university or higher education options across the entire region, but yet you who are seated before me chose the University of the West Indies. And for that, we are truly grateful. We're appreciative of the fact that this is a space that you have chosen for the higher education sojourn of your child or your ward. We know that the University of the West Indies is a very special place. We are world renowned for our academic prowess. In fact, we continue to be numbered among the top 2% of institutions, higher education institutions across the globe as has been certified by Times Higher Education. And that is something to be proud of. Yes, indeed, you may applaud because this is where your child or ward will study. And that stamp of excellence, that stamp of approval that has been given to us on a global stage is something significant. But our institution is more than that which you experience inside the classroom. Our commitment is really to ensure that your child or ward has a holistic experience, a total experience inside the classroom and outside the classroom. And so we are known for our professors and lecturers who are so distinguished that oftentimes the text that you are using in the class, would have been written by these persons who have published globally and are world renowned. That's the level of academic teaching that you will get. But importantly, our institution is so designed that you will benefit from a beyond the classroom experience where your students are learning leadership. They are learning civic responsibility. They are being mentored. They are engaging in sporting activities. They are involved in the performing arts. And you will see Yui Panorhythm on display not long from now. But there are so many opportunities for your child or ward within the classroom setup and beyond the classroom setup. So I'm saying to you, ladies and gentlemen, parents and other family members, you have indeed chosen well. But our commitment is to help your child succeed. And the reason we are gathered here this morning is because we see parents and family members as important partners in the process of student learning and development, important partners in their growth, important partners in the success of your child or ward. And so we have brought you here today to engage in a conversation, to provide you with information that is timely, that is relevant, to help your child sojourn successfully the Mona campus of the University of the West Indies. We thank you for the work that you have done with your child or ward. So many of you would have been there through the academic journey of secondary school. You'd have sat up late at nights helping them to study or just been there as moral support. You'd have provided for them the financial support they needed to navigate the space. You'd have provided for them the psychosocial support. Sometimes it may have been just a shoulder to cry on. Other times it may have been a listening ear that you provided for your child as they went through high school or secondary level education. And that's a role that you played. Now they are moving to the higher education space. And how do you parent a university level student? It's going to be somewhat different from how you would have delivered at the secondary level. Perhaps because they are adults, young adults, to whom we directly relate. So a lot of the decision making may be with them and you're not there for them every day. But we want to help you, to guide you as to how to parent well without being that helicopter parent just always hovering over your child. How do you give them space to grow and develop and excel within this space so that they can take on more responsibility, so that they can grow into that global citizen that you'd want to see them grow into? We want to help you with that. And so today's session is about providing you with information on their academic journey, providing you with information around financing, helping you to understand that though they are here at the University of the West Indies, it's a safe and secure space. So you'll hear from our security providers, so forth and so on. You'll hear from our health services, the kind of support that we give outside of the classroom setting. You'll hear from some of our student services and development managers in relation to how we provide programs that are intentionally designed to help your child grow in wonderful ways. And so today, ladies and gentlemen, our quest is to engage you as you engage us. Because certainly as we share information with you, we will take your questions around critical issues that will give you a better understanding of the role that you will play as your child sojourns the Mona campus of the University of the West Indies. So it is indeed with joy in my heart that I welcome you to this, our campus, that we look forward to a fruitful period of engagement today as we together work on this plan to help your child to succeed at the Mona campus of the University of the West Indies. Thank you for being here today, and we look forward to a rewarding and fulfilling day. Thank you. In continuance of our program, I'm going to invite to the lectern the president of the Guild of Students. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the Student Guild is the representative body for all our students, both undergraduate and graduate students. Student governance is important to us here on this campus. In fact, there is student representation on pretty much all the committees at all the levels of the campus. And that's because we are a student-centered campus. Our commitment is to provide for our students an exceptional teaching and learning experience. And so the Guild Council provides a critical role in that process. And so I'm going to ask you to help me make welcome, and as I invite to the lectern, Mr. Keshawn McGrath, who is the president of the Guild of Students.
To our Director of the Office of Student and Services Development, Mr. Jason McKenzie, and other members of the team, representatives from the different halls and faculties of residence at the Mona campus and the different institutions, other governing members of the society, to our parents, students, well-wishers, and onlookers today, good morning. My name is Keshawn McGrath, and as rightfully said, I serve as the president of the Mona Guild of Students. The Mona Guild of Students is the organizational body that governs this campus. We organize through a 43-member council that lives to serve students in every capacity. Now, what do I mean by that? We have different halls of residence on this campus that seek to cater towards not just accommodation for students, but towards student development in every capacity. On a guild level, that is facilitated through our hall chairpersons and deputy hall chairpersons who are tasked with the innate initiative to ensure that students who are on this campus, students who are in this room today, get the most out of their university experience. We also seek towards academic development and progression through our faculty representatives who have the mandate to ensure that every student that matriculates through a faculty in this, we cater towards the niche experiences on campus as well, whether it may be through sports, culture or entertainment, volunteerism, public relations and creative arts, clubs and societies, student welfare, student opportunities, and other niche areas through our executive. Now, whilst we may be here today, I only have a small booth to show you. We have a myriad of work that we do throughout the academic year. This is done through the different facets that we have on our campus, through the halls, faculties, and executive. Over the period of this academic year, you will be invited to collaborate with us on different initiatives and activities that will be presented, mainly through our orientation experience and through the academic year. When you come to orientation, you actually get the chance to come to us. My apologies here. When you come to orientation, you actually get the chance to interact with us, know more about what we do for you as a Guild of Students and how you can actually be involved in our process as we not just live to serve you, but also ensure that you are included in the activities or initiatives that we put on for you so that your development also comes out of your university journey. Throughout the academic year as well, we'll be putting on a myriad of events. For example, for incoming first year students, we have our Freshers series that is lined up for our orientation period that seeks to involve a Freshers concert, a cocktail, and a fete. These events are put on to show students what university life is about in terms of events that are held on campus. Each event speaks to a different niche so that students who may not be versed in those areas get that primary experience so that when you venture into the working world, you have that experience from on campus so that you can be matriculated properly. Outside of orientation, we also put on other events that seek towards student development. We speak towards our intramural sports that is placed throughout the academic year to allow students who are more sports inclined or wish to be more sports inclinated to actually get the chance to compete in different sports throughout the academic year. We also have events that are put on under our CAC portfolio through culture and entertainment for students who are more creatively inclined, who wish to venture in that area, or students who have an interest in learning about entertainment and how to actually put on events outside of a campus atmosphere. As it relates to student leadership, we provide that avenue as well through the different hall and faculty leadership, different subcommittees of the guilds of students, so that students can be more engaged and learn how to lead on a different platform than what they were used to before. Additionally, as relates to guild life, we also ensure that as a guild of students, we, for a lack of a better term, we try to engage more intimately with our students because this is your first instance of life outside of your home for most persons. You're not used to this dynamic on campus where you're basically in charge of your own lives on a daily basis. Some of that may be challenging, some of that may be intimidating. We as a guild, we try to cater for you in all aspects to ensure that you have an understanding of not just what life on campus may be like, or not even on campus, whether you commute or not, but how do you try to balance and navigate that through your university journey, whether it may be 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, or entering through your postgraduate degree. As I close, I only have one question. I only have one request that you stay engaged with us as we try to include you, as we try to serve and represent you on all fronts, on all levels, so that we can make your first year experience on this campus one to remember. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. So, ladies and gentlemen, you'd have heard me speak of the beyond the classroom learning experiences afforded to our students. And there is a critical program for our first year students that we'd like to introduce to you. The coordinator for the program is here with us today, in the form of Miss Carisha Larmond, who is broadly the Student Services and Development Manager for commuting students. A large population of our students don't live on campus, they live off campus, and we cater to our commuting students as well. So she's here in the capacity as coordinator for the first year experience program, and she'll be sharing some critical information with us at this point in time. So I'd like to invite to center stage Ms. Larmon and members of her team at this point in time. Make them welcome, please.
Thank you, Mr. McKenzie. The team will join shortly, but I just want to say welcome, welcome, welcome to the Pelican family, right? I am so happy that so much parents could come to this session today. We normally have 2 sessions, one now in July and then another one in August. And I'm always happy to see my parents out. I just want to ask though, let me see the parents who are from Kingston and St. Andrew or the St. Catherine area, close to our vicinity here. All right, nice. All right, you can put your hands on. Let us see the parents from other parishes. So Westmoreland, we see some persons from, say, St. Thomas, Clarendon, Montego Bay. All right, nice, nice. I love to see the diversity in the space. I also want to know if there are any parents from overseas. So say from the islands or from the US. Nobody with us today. They normally come in August. But at UWI Mona, we support our students and we help you as our parents. So this is family orientation. And family orientation is about you, us helping you, because we know that sometimes this is your first child, your one little bodononus, come out of the cove, come out and coming to the pelican nest. And so we want to make sure that the relationship that you form with them and the support systems on campus partner together to ensure that your child, your family member, your niece or nephew, they're taken care of. So Mr. Mackenzie would have shared the theme with you today, and it's life beyond the classroom, the first year experience. And so over the next few minutes, we will explore what life is really like for students beyond lectures and exams on campus. We will interact a little, hear directly from some of our students who will join me shortly. And yes, before you leave, I have a little assignment for you, because you can't come to UWI and don't get an assignment, right? It's university. You have to leave with something, and we're going to let you leave with an assignment today. So when you hear about first year experience, many people rarely think about academics, the academic side of things. But we want to share with you today that university life is much larger and bigger than that. It's about building confidence. So your child, your niece, nephew, grandchild, your family member, husband or wife, you want them to build confidence while they're here. It's about finding communities that they can thrive in. It's about learning independence. Some of them wouldn't have made a decision on their own, and this is a time that they'll have to do that. Managing challenges, and there will be a lot on campus, right? They'll go through challenging periods, some harder than others, and some that needs a little guidance in navigating, and that's what we're here for them to do. They need to know when and how to ask for help in this space, because some persons are really introverted, and so sometimes they don't want to ask for any assistance or help. But we will show them, we will teach them, we will guide them how to ask for help and how just enhancing their self-helping skills. And we want them to discover themselves, who they are becoming. And that's what the first year experience program will do for them in a nutshell. It's a success program. It's a program that helps them through their academics. It's a program that helps them through their emotional, social life. And it's also a program that ensures that they feel a sense of belonging when they come to UWI. So today, I would like to look at life beyond the classroom from a different perspective, not from the academic perspective today, because you'll get into that, and they will definitely get into that. When you hear UWI, UWI, we want you to remember something a little different, not the University of the West Indies, but you and we, UWI, right? I want you to think about that. Not University of the West Indies. Just for today, we're going to pause that. I want you to think about you and we, UWI, right? And because student success happens when you or families and we, the university, work together, we're going to make this a nice little partnership. So I want you to say with me, we are in this together. So after 2, 1, 2. We are, let me hear it again. We are Awesome. We are in this together. So remember, it's an interactive session. We're going to interact a little bit because I want you guys to know that you're family. And I want you to know that what? You all are connected in some ways. Because you see, at the end of that 3 years, your child, your ward, your family member, niece, nephew, they're going to be connecting with the person's child who you're sitting beside that parent now. You're sitting beside that grandparent now. You're all going to connect. So I want you to start the connection from now. So hear what you're going to do for me. When I read a little phrase, I'll tell you exactly what to do. You're going to free up those hands. So put down any phone you have in your hand or anything of that nature. I want to free up the fingers because you're going to put your hands up for me. So when I ask, how many of you are feeling 1 finger for excited, 2 fingers for nervous, 3 fingers for just beaming with joy and pride, and then 4 fingers, a little bit of everything? Let me see those fingers going up. I see a little bit of everything. And just look around. Everybody is feeling that way. All of you feeling that way. And guess what? Your child ward is also feeling all those feelings. And it is natural. When they were starting basic school, primary school, high school, these were the same kind of feeling, but it was in a little confined environment where, the teachers, guidance counselors looking out for them. This is a freer space where they'll make their decisions. Another thing I want to hear from you. How many of you are supporting your first child or first family member coming to university? Let me see the hands up. All right. So we have some newcomers. And it's just a hearty welcome from the bottom of my stomach to you because I know how that feels. I would have had a child starting high school. And so, though the different might be a little different because they're going out into the world now, I know how that feeling is. So I want you to just feel welcome and know that we're here for you. Another question for you. What do you think your family member will need the most this semester? So 1 finger for good grades, 2 fingers for financial support, 3 fingers for emotional encouragement, and 5 fingers for all of the above. Absolutely. They will need everything from you because guess what? Students thrive when all the pieces come together. And I want you to remember that because sometimes we send them out, and we don't think that they need our support. They need us now. And they do need us. So all of the above, the emotional support and everything. I have 1 little token, and I just want 1 parent to just come with me, come to the front, or not see any mic out, but just 1 parent to just come to the front and share with me what is 1 thing you want your child or ward to get from you. 1 parent. Thank you. Yes. I'm going to take now. Sorry.
So for me, a holistic experience.
Thank you so much. And mommy, just tell me your name and where you're from.
So my name is Marcella Reed and I'm from St. Andrew.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much for sharing. And you see, our children are going to get that from UWI. The First Year Experience program will definitely allow them to get that kind of experience, a holistic development from us and from you, from your support. So while we're talking here now, and you would have shared a little things just by raising your hands, we want to hear from the real experts, which are our students. And I have 2 students with me today. I have Demar Washington, and I'm going to invite him up, and Sion Fletcher. So Demar is from the Faculty of Humanities and Education, and he comes from Use the front, please. And he's from the St. Catherine. He's from St. Catherine. So he's considered a commuting student. Come, Demar, come and have a seat here. Right? So they call themselves the road runners on campus. So once your child is commuting, coming to campus daily, a commuting student, the road runners. I have Sion Fletcher, and Sion is a lion. He's from Chancellor Hall, and he is from the Faculty of Medical Sciences. And Sion is one of our regional students. He is actually from Trinidad and Tobago. All right, I hear some persons in the back. And then our next person is Christian Grant. Christian is from the Faculty of Social Sciences. She's also a road runner, and Christian is the only one who is a third-year student, which brings diversity to the engagement today, as well as she is a first-generation student. Her parents, she's the first one in her immediate family to come to university, right? And so I just want them to share with you, a little bit about their UE support, their family support, and then Christian will share a little bit about her first year journey, her first whole university journey, because she's going into third year, and how family support and UE has helped her over the period. So to my panelists, looking back at your first year, what was the biggest adjustment you had to make, and how did you overcome it? And we're starting with Demar.
Okay, good morning, everyone. So as Ms. Larman said, I'm Demar Washington. And in regards to that question, I think something that was challenging for me was actually moving away from my family and entering a new atmosphere, a new world. And that was very challenging. So I had to find ways to solve that and to overcome it. And what helped me was actually participating in the myriad events that the campus offers. So I started with the Freshers Series, so that is in August. And Mr. Mackenzie had mentioned that. So that is one thing that helped me to get out of my comfort zone, out of my shell, and participate, and honestly, to just grow.
Okay, thank you so much, Demar.
Hi, good morning. So, same as Damar, my most challenging experience was actually moving away from home. It was a big adjustment for me, especially living on my own, because I'm not gonna lie, being loved and whatnot by my parents, I had a very comfortable experience. So to just be like ripped out of that comfortable experience and on my own, I was like, wow, well, what am I going to do? So one thing that definitely helped me was that the first year experiences that I got, it made me have a good network, right? The incoming first years that I met, my current friends, my brothers back on hall, they were a great help to me adjusting to being on my own and figuring out life and whatnot.
All right, Krishan.
Okay. So for me, as a now third year student, it's something I'm still figuring out, but it's balancing everything that comes with the university space. Obviously, we're here for education first, and never forget that. But university offers so much more than just what's in the classrooms. And sometimes you may get caught up in all that it has to offer, but learning how to balance everything that is coming on your plate is something that we should all put great effort into.
Just thinking about your campus life, could you just share what people, programs, or services at UA that made a big difference in your life? You can share one, or you can share two.
Okay, so naturally, I will have to say the first year experience. As the parent had just mentioned, she wishes for her ward to have a holistic development, and that is exactly what the first year experience promotes and promotes for your child or ward. So it involves civic learning, it involves social engagements, everything. Obviously academics, but we're talking about other stuff at the moment. So it provides and gears individuals with the opportunity to speak to staff of second and third year individuals who would have already experienced first year and be powered with the knowledge in that regard. So it definitely helps you in that regard.
Okay, so peer support and faculty support is really ingrained into the FYE program. Yes, Sion?
Okay, so for me, the university in collaboration with the Guild of Students they had this program called Bus Girls, right? So coming down to exam times and whatnot, the Guild of Students and the university collab and they provide meals for students, because we're stressed and we're gonna focus more on our exams and studying than feeding ourselves. I'm being realistic.
Awesome.
So that definitely was a great help. And it was a good experience as well, because like my friends and I would be like, yo, we're going Bus Girls, what's he saying? What we doing? And that would be a nice little experience, nice little break from studying. So we'll go Bus Gas, Lime, get a little something to eat, and then we get back to the studying. Now, another thing as well is the university has really, really good advisors. So what helped me, a program that helped me was definitely advising, academic advising. I could go to anybody in my hall and just talk to them, reason with them, express my feelings about certain things and whatnot. And so that definitely helped me. That's some programs and whatnot that helped me.
And one of the things that I want to mention is that Sion is actually the student academic advising coordinator on his hall. So I know that would have made a difference, in him elevating to that role. Krishan?
Okay, so for me, this is an entirely shameless plug, but the Commuting Students
Yes, yes,
Executive and the Commuting Students Office are great organizations on campus that specifically cater to our commuting students. We are the vast majority of the students on campus, but it is more difficult for us to become as a part of the university space as those who may live here because of our traversing to and from campus. So having these two organizations being the executive and the office here, we are especially looking out for these commuters to ensure they're not falling behind, whether academically, socially, and overall in our growth as students, well, as people. We're going to leave university at some point, and what we learn here can definitely take us into the real world. And being a commuter doesn't mean that you have to miss out on these great opportunities that university has to offer.
All right, so just one question before we wrap. I want to know, what is something you wish your family understood better about university life?
Well, that is really expensive. Okay, so it is actually really expensive. So to be there financially as best as you can is something that I think is absolutely paramount. So if you have to beg, if you have to call overseas, whatever you have to do, it is actually important to help your child financially. And in conjunction with that, it is important to be there emotionally. College gets rough, it gets really tiring. And the fact that many persons will be moving away from family means that they won't necessarily have anything or anyone to lean back to. So it doesn't matter if you're not there physically, you can always pick up your phone and say hello, have a conversation. It's only one call away.
Yes, Cyan, go ahead.
Yeah, so for me, it's similar as well. So one thing I wish that parents would understand is that there's a lot that goes on in university. For example, during my orientation experience, it was just event after event after event. And then after that, you have to go straight into school, which is a new experience as well. So that definitely took a toll on me mentally and emotionally. And I'm not gonna lie, it was a little hard to kind of explain that to my parents because back home I'm accustomed to always having my stuff together. I can handle my stuff. So definitely, I wish that they would understand that this transition is a really, really big transition. And I would just ask that, you really support your children during this journey and whatnot, because it's going to be a lot for them. This is their first time doing this. And yeah, I just ask that you continue to support them and whatnot.
All right, Krishan. And Krishan, I want you to just share from the first gen perspective.
Okay, so personally, and I'm speaking directly to parents when I say this, it really does take that long in terms of everything. The event does take that long, the work does take that long, and being on campus does take that long. If they might give you a ridiculous time, first of all, you can fact check it on our Instagram pages. All our events are promoted there. But it really does take that long sometimes to finish what we have to do here on campus. We have so many events for people who want to get involved in, and sometimes people may feel restricted, especially as commuters, because of the time that it may end, and sometimes we provide transportation for them. You can ask questions about that as well. But if even the workload, they say, oh, I have this due at 11:59, as soon finish, then I come talk to you afterwards, believe them. Don't pressure them too much because sometimes they have a lot going on, and parents oftentimes think that, what could be so hard? They went to school too, but trust me, it gets really, really hard. But every year it gets harder, and we don't even know why. But just give them some time because it really, really does take really long.
All right. Thank you so much, Demar, Cheyenne, and Krishan. I am sure the parents get some insights as to what the life is like for a student at UE, some transitional points, how it is that they want to participate, they want to show up for themselves at this point, and not necessarily what you think, but just coming into their own. So remember I said I had an assignment. So what I want you each to do is take out your phones and whatever app you use to write messages or to remind you about something, I want you to just type in that app right now. So what I want you to type is one message that you're going to send your child or family member at just a critical point. As mothers, as fathers, sometimes we have that little gut feeling that our child is going through something. And sometimes they just don't want to talk at the point, so they might not answer your call, but they will see the text. So I want you to just type a reminder in your phone. And I'm going to give you a little hint. The time when them get most agitated is mid-semester and end of year exams, because everything just crashing down on them. And sometimes at the beginning, when they're just trying to figure out. So September, October, December are the peak periods when they kind of want a little encouragement. So a message that you can type to them is, I'm proud of you, right? I've got this. You've got this. I believe in you. Remember, you belong here, because some of them are facing imposter syndromes coming here. They don't think that they belong. Although they have those high grades and so forth, when they meet other students who have higher grades than them or is getting better grades, they're going to start feeling that imposter syndrome. But I want you as parents to just remind them that they belong, that you're proud of them, that they can do this, so that they can thrive, because together we can work to make them succeed. What was the little saying that I had? We are in this together. We're in this together. And so I'm just going to plug. I'm the first year experience coordinator, and we have a little tent, a booth over there. If you want to come and talk to us about FYE, get some more information for your family, we're able to share. If you're a commuting parent whose child is traveling to campus every day, we also have a little booth over there. We can support you. We have our business cards. You can message us and text us. Any little information you need, right? You can get it right here. And we're here to support them. All the best and welcome to the nest, the UWI Pelican family. It is great to be here, probably because I'm a staffer. I kind of little biased, but I can tell you it's nice being at UA. All right? Take care. All the best.
Thank you, Ms. Larman and team, for just sharing with us on the amazing experiences that can be had outside of the classroom, and just remind our parents and family members as to how they can support their child or ward on this journey here at the Mona campus of the University of the West Indies. So we've been talking a lot about the beyond the classroom learning experiences, and we spoke of the various opportunities that our students have to grow and to develop. The performing arts is an area, really, where that is manifested on this campus. And we're delighted this morning to have with us members of the UA Panorhythm Steel Orchestra, and they will be sharing with us a few pieces this morning. So, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and make welcome to center stage the UA Panorhythm Steel Orchestra.
vote some more. Yeah, man.
You can do better than that, man. Give it up for you, Ipan You know, I have been listening to Pan for a long while, and I can't recall ever hearing them do a gospel medley. And you know, I know when I was growing up, people used to talk about UC, and the University of the West Indies was seen as this very, always still a very special place, all the way up there. But I don't know if it's because you are at UWI, why you think that you have to be so well behaved. Because I know a lot of you miss the church service this morning, And so it was okay, if you got up and you clapped and you did the thing that you would normally do at church on a Sunday morning when you hear that kind of music. But I think they did very, very well. Put your hands together one more time for Yui Panoradian. Yes, indeed. And that's the kind of the talent that exists within this space and so much more, and the kind of exposure that your students will have being here at the Mona campus of the University of the West Indies. It's my pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to invite to the lectern or acting clinical director, Dr. Monique Campbell. Dr. Monique is a friend of the students, one who is always seeking the interests of the students as we seek to advance their movement through the academy. And the health center remains an important space for student support here on the campus. And Dr. Campbell will share with us as she helps us to better understand how we can ease the transition of our students from our secondary learning institutions or whatever learning institution you're coming from to the UWI. Help me to make welcome, resplendent in red, Dr. Monique Campbell. So our IT team, we ask that you just project on screen the presentation from Dr. Campbell so the team can have benefit of this.
Good morning, parents, guardians, and family members. Let me greet you well while the presentation is loaded. It is a pleasure for me to present here today, coming from the University Health Services. And the University Health Services, we are your partners in health. Does it load there? All right. Let's present from there. My presentation today will be on easing the transition. Thank you. Can't see so from there. Well, yes. Please, I would like to welcome you to the UE family. And you are a very important partner in supporting our students. So, I can't see it from here. I can't see it from here. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So today's conversation will be moving into understanding transition into university life, supporting health and well-being of our students, and really looking on the evolving role as parents and guardians, because your role really changes now that your child or ward becomes now a university student. And I would like to go into how the University Health Center services can support the student. And we want to recognize all the additional support that is provided here on the campus. So coming to university is one of life's biggest transition. And it's not just for the students, but I know as parents. So for students, a lot of the times now this is it's a learning experience for students, because this is now when students learn to live independently, to manage academic expectations, managing their finances, making health decisions on their own, and building new friendships or partnerships. And for families, you can support this transition by listening without judgment. You're going to encourage their independence. You want to support, but no, it's going to be supporting from a distance. And you want to celebrate their growth and just really trusting that this is a process. One important thing in terms of from my era is recognizing that health is important. Healthy students are important for them to be successful students, because healthy students attend classes more regularly. They tend to be more focused in class. They manage stress more effectively, and they tend to build more healthy relationships and to perform well academically. So I want to look at the challenges that most students may face during the first year. And while this is challenging, it is pretty much maybe a normal part of coming to the university. So in the first year may bring along new opportunities, but new challenges. Academic pressure. A lot of students may experience poor sleep. The eating habits may not be too great. Some persons may experience stress and anxiety, financial concerns, relationship issues, homesickness, because you're now being separated from home, and for some, physical illness. So it is important for students and new students to look after your well-being. And this is, looking in the areas of small steps, small habits is going to be important over time. Eating well, trying to get enough sleep. I know you have to study, but I think you will focus better on trying to balance your academic with with life generally. Staying active, staying hydrated, building healthy relationships. I was listening to the experience of the students, and they really brought home that a lot of how they navigated their experience being on the university campus, especially for a first time, is building strong relationships and healthy ones. Healthy, strong relationships. Right, so importantly, as to how your role as parent, as to how you may be able to support students as they transition, thank you, into first year, is to stay connected. I know some of the students explain the parameters to say that sometimes when they tell you that they're doing something, then it lasts longer. But just be patient and just try and ensure that you're staying connected. I want you to be able to listen without judgment. It does not necessarily mean that you're condoning something if it is wrong, but please listen without judgment. Because if you're not doing that, then you might find that they don't open up as much. And if you're not physically here, you want to ensure that your child or ward is really telling you what is happening here. You want to encourage their independence. You want to celebrate their successes. Check in regularly. And important thing as to where I come in, or where the health services come in, is to encourage early help seeking behaviors. So if something is going wrong, if they're ill, they're feeling stressed, then we have resources, and the outcomes tend to be better the earlier that you seek help. I want you to pay attention to this slide. And this is looking on when students might need extra support. If you're recognizing or connecting with your child that they are persistently stressed or anxious, you're recognizing that they are having changes in sleeping and their eating habits, they are having difficulty managing academic demands, There's feeling of loneliness, or significantly they're feeling very homesick. You're noticing a decline in their academic performance. They're withdrawing from friends or their usual activities. They're expressing that they feel overwhelmed. And if there is ongoing physical or emotional health concerns. So this is a very important slide. And this will tell you when you need to really ring in or key in as a parent to support your child or as family members. So I'm going to bring you to my home, and this is University Health Services. And proudly, we offer very confidential, inclusive, student-oriented health services. These are our opening hours. And I'm just giving you an idea of where to find us. So you can access by either coming through the Irving Hall gate, post office gate. You may also reach us. You have the main gate, but we are in very close proximity to Mary C. Cole Hall, the back of Mary C. Cole Hall. We're right beside also UWISON, which is the UWI Nursing, School of Nursing. And we are positioned, I would say, very strategically across from a lot of the halls of residence. So this is a very important place for you to know or to be able to find. And we are open 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. But if emergency happens after hours, then we do have a campus-wide network to really facilitate the care through UWICERT and also our reference points, which is through the hospital. How students access the health services. So firstly, you will need your ID and you need your student health card. So, and that will be issued through SAS. So it's very important for you to collect that so that you can access healthcare. Your student health card, importantly, allows you not only to access healthcare by the University Health Center, but also hospitals and also primary care provider network outside, as long as it falls within the domain of that insurance company. So I want to let you know the suites of services that we offer through our health services. We offer primary care services. We also offer dental services. So the students' health card, through them paying for their miscellaneous, allows them to be able to access dental services. And all of these units are actually housed within the health center. We also have pharmacy services, so you're able to fill your prescriptions, receive medication counseling. We have laboratory services, public health services, so vaccinations, because some students, a lot of students, after doing a medical, you may recognize, may need to have their vaccines updated. Or for medical students specifically, they require certain vaccines, so you're able to come to the health center to make appointments to have that done. I saved this for last, but it is not least. We have a very robust mental health services. This is very important. We offer counseling and psychiatry services, stress management, how students can handle the stress of exams, anxiety, and so forth. And we have expanded the network for our health, mental health support for it now to be within faculties. And we have a very robust network so that mental health support can become very closer to the students. And so there are different primary checkpoints that you can be screened to recognize if something is wrong. But yes, this is a home that they are referred to, especially if matters need to be escalated. This is also a very important slide. If you can either take the barcode or take a picture, this is how you stay connected with us. You're able to call the health center to make your appointments or to be seen if you want to have visitors to drop by. That's our counseling service. That's our pharmacy WhatsApp. This is our website, counseling service email. I mentioned the operating hours already. And UWI helps. So So UE Helps is a 24-hour hotline that you're able to reach by calling or through WhatsApp. And I want to thank you for your attention today, because together we support our students' success. Healthy students, resilient students, I think make more successful graduates. And the foundation of this is important, and the journey from where we're coming from. You as parents, family members, you are principal or chief partners in the success of your students. And, although this marks a significant milestone or turning point in their lives, this is also a significant milestone for you, because you have made many a sacrifice. You have been there in terms of a support, so this is also important to you. So I look forward to our journey together. Thank you. Questions? Okay.
Okay, so we will be facilitating a few questions at this point in time. Do you have any questions for Dr. Campbell in relation to health services and how we can better support your child or ward during the period of sojourn? So I'm going to ask, yes, just keep your hand raised. The microphone will get to you, and we'll take your question.
Morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
I wanted to hear from you what are some of the most persistent health challenges that you have encountered. You put a lot of emphasis on mental health support. We know that's important. But what else? Because I think it's important for us to know as parents what we need to be prepared for.
Okay, so I will answer that this way. The university health services is actually what you call a sentinel site. And what a sentinel site means that it is an early catchment. The university is almost a small microcosm of what reflects as to the outer Jamaican society. So being a sentinel site, it's one of the first points that you will pick up if something is going on or going awry. That being said, the picture, because we serve students, staff dependents, so it's our, and their retirees, spouses. So a lot of what we are seeing are increasing concerns in terms of what they call NCDs, so non-chronic communicable diseases, hypertension, diabetes. We have usual other health concerns, sexual reproductive health concerns, and this is a university, so it is a normal part of what we would see as a picture in a university. We'll call it a university health service community. Also important because, yes, I did stress the mental health aspect. We're seeing a growing demand in terms of our mental health services and the complexity of what is being presented as mental health concerns. And that really pushed the impetus for me to stress early, seeking help early, because a lot of these challenges need not have been escalated if this had been picked up early. And so that's why I mentioned small cues. As parents, you know your child. Even if you're not physically here, you can hear it. You know when something is off, you know when something is wrong. So you can really encourage them. And either if they're going to listen to you or who you know may be able to reach to them in terms of them listening, you allow them to, you try to encourage them to seek help. As President mentioned, there is academic support. There are different kinds of support. So if you can't reach your child because, they're transitioning and they feel they're at a different stage, whoever you identify that they will listen to I would say that you encourage them to seek help. I hope that answered your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell. Is there another question? I think we can take one more before we move on.
How much does it cost? Of the the miscellaneous fee. Health card.
Good morning.
In order to get the health card, how much is the fee?
Okay, so the miscellaneous fees will be communicated to you in terms of when you receive your package, but it is not the total miscellaneous fees. A percentage of the miscellaneous fees that goes towards your health card, and so majority of the services through the health center. Once you have the health card, then you're able to just use your health card, and then you would not pay a fee. Say, for example, from the pharmacy services, where the health card up to a certain amount covers 80%, and then you will pay out of pocket the remaining 20%. But the university tries its best to ensure that our students are subsidized and able to get high quality, accessible healthcare.
And how soon do you get that card?
Usually from it is that you have made your payment and then that is cleared, then you can check with, the student can check with SAS to see if their health card is ready.
When they call a number, is somebody always available to talk to them?
I have found so.
Thank you.
You're here today, so you can always talk to them.
Just to share. Oh, I just did. Just to share that the financial information regarding all fees, including the charges associated with health fees, will be made available to you later today. So there's a segment that will look on financial matters. You'll get full information on miscellaneous fees, hall fees, tuition fees, and so on, all right? Thank you very much, Dr. Campbell. Put your hands together for Dr. Campbell.
Thank you.
And as Dr. Campbell exits the stage, we make way for Dr. Christine Clark. Dr. Clark is the Deputy Dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences, one of our 7 faculties here on campus. At the core of our work is the teaching and learning process. So we'll talk about our core business now. This is, after all, an academic institution, and you want to get critical information about academic matters. This information is for you as it is for the students. But we want to let you in on what we do and how we do business, and to help you understand that our relationship with you is going to be a little bit different on academic matters, right, Dr. Clark? Because it's not like high school where they get the reports and they turn up for these things, so forth and so on. Our relationship is more directly with the student, right? And we have to help our parents to understand this so that they can partner with us, to achieve the success that we seek. So, ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome to the lectern, Dr. Christine Clark. I hope you can see that better now. Move the plants.
No, man.
So that should be okay.
Good morning, parents, guardians, friends of students, well-wishers, persons who maybe just heard about this happening and said they want to check it out to see if it's something that they would think their student would want to apply for next year or even a few years ahead of time. Good morning and welcome again to the University of the West Indies, the Mona campus. I'm Christine Clark, as has been said. I'm Deputy Dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences, but I know there are other faculties represented here, so I'm going to try and give general enough information so all persons present would feel some connection to the material. In another couple of weeks, there will be faculty level orientation for your students. I encourage you to make sure that they attend those. As you will understand over time, the university can seem like a very complex space. It is not like high school, as Jason has said, where everybody is in everything at the same time. No, it would be impossible. Our faculty, for example, has 40% of the student population of 16 or so thousand. So imagine if we try to get everybody together at all events at the same time. We'd probably have a fire hazard and the police wouldn't allow that event to go ahead. So your student has to remain plugged in. There's no bell that's going to ring. There are no prefects walking around and saying, why aren't you in class? Where should you be at this time? They will have to make the effort to be plugged in. And hence why the health services would have spoken to us, because as you can imagine, it will, if it's overwhelming for you at your age, imagine at their age, all the different things that's happening for them to know, okay, what do I need to focus on to make sure I hit all the targets I need to be able to graduate? And as I speak of graduation, I know that there's a buzz in the society about graduation events in Jamaica. That's where we all want to see all your students in 3 or 4 or 5 years, depending on their program and their enrollment status. But it's not a run of the mill. There is no automaticity unless you hit certain academic targets. So that is what I want to give you an idea of. It's not possible for you to retain everything. So I'm going to try and give you an overview of what does it take to graduate at the highest level, all the different levels from the University of the West Indies, Mona. So before I say that, just to say that our university here at Mona, we have 7 faculties plus the Institute of Graduate Studies. Some of you may be here for engineering, others for medicine, social sciences, there is law, there's engineering, there's gender and development studies. Each of your students would have applied for maybe up to 4 or 5 majors. So let us say you're doing electrical engineering, AXI, psychology, anthropology, economics. Each program belongs to a department, and each department is associated with a faculty. And each faculty operates generally differently. So what works in science and technology may not be the way that social sciences operates. So at every step, with every change, what does that mean? That means your student cannot just decide to change and not check in with somebody. If I change, what are the implications for me completing this new program given your rules? Okay? So it's not that they can't change, but what may be required of them may be a little bit more than they perceive at the outset. In terms of your offer, I think everybody here would be here because their student has received an offer, maybe 2 or 3 offers from the university to the particular programs that you applied for. In some cases, the offer will be a firm offer. You're given a full-time place to study this program beginning in September 2026. Some of you may be given a part-time place. And that generally is because the program, that particular program, requires 2 double units of CAPE, for example, and they would still be waiting on up to August 18 when we heard that CXC will release the CAPE 2 and everything else. Maybe they're taking over math, for example, so they're waiting on that math grade to get the full offer. What's the difference at UWI between part-time and full-time? Well, unlike other institutions, part-time does not mean evening. It doesn't mean that the courses will all be in the evening so that your student can now work all day. No. Part-time at UWI is simply a reflection of your matriculation status. So if you only come in, for example, with 5 CSEC and maybe 2 units of Unit 1 or 2 subjects in Unit 1, you are likely to only be getting, in the programs that will accept you, a part-time offer. That means we're not giving you the full load that the full-time students would normally take in your faculty. So, for example, in social sciences, a full-time student is expected to do 5 courses per semester. If you get a part-time offer, you can only do a maximum of 3. In science and technology, their students are able to do up to, I think, 6 or 7 courses per semester, if you're full-time. But if you're given a part-time offer, you would be doing, say, 4 courses per semester. So, of course, there are implications for the length of study, right? Because if you keep doing less than the full-time load, then it means at some point you're going to need additional time to complete those 3 courses that you'd have missed each semester, or those 2 courses that you'd have missed each semester as a part-time student. That's overcomable as long as the academic performance meets the faculty's requirements. So I'll go into that as we go along. In terms of the school year or academic year, unlike the secondary and the primary level, is broken up into 2 semesters, not 3 terms. So we no longer run on the term system, which means we don't have the concept of end-of-year exams, where you expect everything from September coming right back. No. So this is important, right? Because it means on paper, you have 13 weeks to complete this course or these courses. So let's work out the math, right? You have 13 weeks. If the stream of the class your student signs up for is on a Monday, what are you missing? You're missing 1 week because of Heroes Monday, right? So that's already gone. And then in our midterm period, where if your course consists of a midterm, midterms are happening, and guess what? Classes are still happening during midterm. So you're doing a midterm exam, but your other class that maybe doesn't have a midterm because it's a project-based class, it's still happening. So you can't drop that class and only focus on the midterm, because those 2 weeks are critical for that project that you're gonna hand in 4 weeks' time. So organization, this is the time when they are going to be forced to become more organized. Because from day one, even if the lecturer says, oh, it's the first class, we're just doing introductions, we're not gonna do anything heavy, guess what? There is material associated with that first class that though the lecturer, and you notice I'm making the word lecturer distinguished. At the university, we are not teachers. We are lecturers guiding you through material. And we will not pick any course in your students' program. Even in medicine, even in law, there's no lecturer who can teach a student everything there is to know about contract law. It's not possible. Even if they were to go full speed ahead, a lot of the work has to be done outside of lectures. So it's important to understand that even though, oh, it's just 3 courses they're going to do part-time, great. No, those 3 courses could be worth the entire 6th form period that the student did over a 2-year period. So it's very important that they stay close to the lecturer, because again, we would not expect you to know everything in contract law. But certainly the lecturer has some guidelines that will be put in the course outline so you can be better focused. Okay, so what are the components that I as a student need to focus on, go and do more work on, or make sure I understand to get through the salient materials of this? Remember, the university degree is about preparing you for continued learning. It's not the end. So having gotten the LLB or the BSc or whatever else you will be, or a BA, it's not the end of learning as far as that material is concerned. What it is a signal to the next program that they're going to apply to, the LLM, the DM, the MSCs, the MBAs, that yes, this student has demonstrated some knowledge of the area, but also the capacity to continue learning and developing and growing. So we have 2 semesters. Once that semester is done, we move on to the next set of 5 or 3 or 4 courses, depending on what your student will register for. All students, in the context of the miscellaneous fees and how the university is organized, they have a UE email. That is going to be one of the primary ways that we keep in contact. When we send out emails from Banner, our enterprise system, it will not go to their Gmail or their Hotmail or their Yahoo. So many times students say, no, I didn't hear from UE. But when they finally log back into the UE emails, all of them are there. And you can see that we've been reaching out through various ways. So it's important for them. Yes, they may prefer the Gmail, but their UE email is going to be critical as they go along. The alerts from VLE, the virtual learning platform, are also going to go there. So it's very important. So then you may be wondering, so how are they going to know all the regulations that they need to follow for their faculty? Each faculty has its own handbook. And all the handbooks are on the faculty's website. You don't need to log in to be able to see the handbook. So the handbook should be there, should have been there as of July 1, when the system opened for registration. So if you want to know, if I'm sick, my student is sick, what should they have done? That information is there. If they want to change from part-time to full-time, the information is there in the handbook. How will we know if they're ready to graduate? It's in the handbook. So there is a handbook for this year that may be different from the one from last year because programs may have changed. Regulations, for example, our regulation with regard to first-class honors is changing this academic year. So if your student was looking forward to that category, their GPA now has to be 3.7. So it's very important that the students use the handbook for their year. Don't say, well, my cousin finished 5, it's not the same program necessarily, and the regulations are changing. Okay, as we modernize and update our academia, we will have to change the regulations to move in step. The handbook is their guide, not hearsay, not what the person in the district told you because they did the same program. No. If there is any confusion about the handbook versus what you're thinking, check with the faculty office. Check with the department office. I heard the question about the phone. Is somebody always there to answer the phone? I can tell you from the faculty, no. Email is usually the best way. Why? You will have a record that you did reach out, to which you got no response. And we will also be able to have a record to say, here was our response. Did we help you to resolve the issue or not? And you will be able to communicate far freer than trying to call. Just imagine if all of you were calling the same faculty, even the US switchboard, for an issue. Let's say you see something in the news or you're wondering and you were all to make a call. You would never get through, right? So email becomes important. I know many of you live out of town, so the idea that you're going to come here just to ask one question, we would rather you use a more efficient means. We're not saying you can't come, but as Jason had indicated before, remember, here, unfortunately, we will not be able to tell you the student's information. We can answer questions, though. If you ask, what is required for my student to graduate, we can answer that. But generally speaking, the result is going to be, we're going to point you back to the handbook. Have they completed these requirements? And if so, you should be hearing something good shortly. Okay? Imagine also, why do we need a handbook? Well, I can bet that many of you, even sitting beside each other, your students are from different schools. So it would be impossible for us to simply roll up all the rules from each of your schools: boarding school, boys school, girls school, co-ed school, Catholic, Anglican, Presbyterian, put them all together and just run UE based on those rules. It wouldn't work, right? I'm sure there would be conflicts. So what we try to do in these handbooks is to lay out some of the critical things that recur every semester. Students are ill, or even worse, they have a passing in their family, or they're working, they have to be sent abroad during exams. We have a process worked out for that. If there's something new that we just haven't seen, we will have something also worked out for those situations. In terms of courses, many of you may be wondering, I wonder if they're registered for the right courses. Again, the handbook is the guide. Every program has the list of courses required. In social sciences, all except one of our degrees require 30 courses. 10 at level 1 and 20 at levels 2 and or 3. So it's very clear. We tell you every single one that's required. We list it by name and course code, so there's no confusion. Their credit checklist, you can tick off as you go along. As you pass the courses, you tick them off. So one thing is the list of courses. Did you do the courses you were to do at the levels you were to do them? So you may have heard, for example, that we have a foreign language requirement now. So you may be wondering, well, my child never did foreign language at their school. They either never got picked to do it, or they didn't get the grade to qualify to do it. That's fine. Some courses are level 0. Remember, I told you that the degree requires level 1, 2, and 3, not 0. So a lot of students come and do the level 0 and say, oh, but I did a foreign language. Yes, but not at the right level in some instances. So we have to pay attention to those details, and that's why we have the list. So I can't overemphasize. You may be wondering, she keep talking about the handbook, because trust me, in year 2 or year 3, when you're counting down to graduation, it's the handbook of the year 2 years ago that we're going to be using to judge your students' readiness. So it's very important that we hold on to that. So I told you about the list of courses, right? Is that enough? Can I just do them and pass them and that will be enough? Well, unfortunately, the answer is no. In addition to doing the courses required and meeting the other requirements of a major, the student also has to pay attention to their GPA. I know not all high schools are giving GPAs now, but at the university level, that is the thermometer test to see where you're going. And we in the Faculty of Social Sciences, we actually display it as a thermometer. So you're very clear where you are at any point in time. In order to graduate, your GPA must be at least 2.0, 2.0, okay? Because we run a 4.0 degree scale, and so the 2.0 is saying you've passed, right? You've hit the 50% mark. So it's quite logical. But we all know that the labor market is changing, right? Entrepreneurship is changing. Everything is changing, and it's very competitive. So yes, your student will be able to graduate if they have the 2.0, and some people say, I need to get them off my payroll. I need to get them out of UE or whatever, and that's fine. But I want to encourage you from today to have the longer term mindset at hand. Postgraduate certification, they may want to be logisticians or some other thing that requires a certificate. Normally, those programs want a GPA of 3.0. So you see the gap between just scraping through and passing and moving on. And what will happen is they will say, oh, you had the 2.0, you really want to come? Here are all these courses you're going to have to go and do to show us before you can go and get into the certificate program. So no matter what we do, we're going to pay. There is a trade-off. If we just scrape through now, we're going to pay later, because at the institute that you want that certificate from, I can guarantee you the per credit cost is far higher than the UE per credit cost. So sometimes we always have to advise students. We know you want to do 6 courses per semester or 7. But if you do 7 and you fail 3 and you just pass 4, what happens to the GPA? It's going down. And so the hurry to finish adds the mental pressure as well, because, you know, as I said, one course could condense what you did in 2 years in 6th form. So it's a lot of material we're talking about, right? So we have to trade off finishing quickly, just hurry up and get out, with what's our potential longer term trajectory. Because remember, the average student here has another 50 or 60 years to work. We know the AI component of the threat to jobs. It's going to be a long haul for them. And so the better the foundation they have here at UE, the more likely they are to have, let's call it, an easier throughput through the rest of their education. So important to the mindset is, whilst I know high school rules are helpful and useful, just remember, UE will not likely work as your high school. So for example, a student misses an exam, they think that the lecturer can just give them a makeup. Once the lecturer sets the exam, that's the end of the lecturer's role. It's turned over to the examination section in the registrar, and they determine who can enter the room and who can leave the room. At what time? How early can you go to the bathroom? The lecturer, no role. But the university has a process. So we have to follow those processes and think audit, right? We have to have a paper trail. You said you were sick. The University Health Center has a process to go through. And then they communicate to the faculty. And we will then, through exams, facilitate the students, either at the next sitting or with some other mechanism. So for full-time students, you should assume your student is working 40 hours on their university work. Full-time study is the same thing as a full-time job. So I know that there are events that they normally attend at home. You may have to pardon them for the next 3 years. I know there are things you would hope that they could do, work and help, and it may not be possible, particularly in the first year. It is a year of significant transition. Don't underestimate it. First year can unravel a lot of things in them that you may not even have seen, as was pointed out by the health center. Allow them to get in and see how they're managing, how they're coping. If they need to drop down to part-time, allow them. Because as I said, at the end of the day, just ticking off the courses and saying you pass with a lot of fails there in the background is not going to get them where you want them to be in the long run. So our other regulation that is changing with relevance to your students is the academic standing. Prior to this, 1 semester, 2 semesters with the GPA below 2 meant that your student would have to withdraw from the university. It's being increased to 3 semesters now. So what we're having is, in addition to warning, we're having an academic probation. That's the 2nd semester with the GPA below 2. So what we want to do in the ideal situation, we would target each student individually. I know we get used to that at the prep school. There's an individual learning package and we're working with them on their weaknesses and helping them. That's the ideal. But in my faculty, I'm dealing with 6,000 students, right? And Every year, we're told we have the highest number of students not meeting the 2.0 across the university. So imagine if I had 1,000 students on warning, and I was going to try and give each of them an individual learning pathway. And it's going to be when? Over the summer, when everybody here wants their child on work and travel in the summer, right? It's not going to happen. So it's really important, yes, it's really important for them to use the semester time to do what the lecturer is requiring as best as possible so that all the other family expectations can be delivered in the Christmas and in the summer. Okay? Otherwise, you're going to find, oh, you're hoping they would have gone on work and travel, but they have to come back and do a course or 2 courses or internship. Some programs require that or apprenticeship. So as far as possible, allow them the time during the semester to focus on getting those A's, B's, at whatever level they can perform. So I would encourage you, as the health center or acting clinical director suggested to you, this is a different role for all of you as parents and guardians. You're no longer going to be said, do this or that. Chances are, if you take that approach, you're not going to find yourself in the relationship in the way you would like. Because at this stage, as the opportunities expand in front of them, they're going to start to have their own ideas. So listening is going to be very important. Better to listen, and when you hang up, you go and cry, or you go and pray, or you go and call Dr. Clark and say, is it really so it go? But at least you're hearing what is happening and you can formulate a response. Not all students will be able to appreciate the heavy-handed nature because, again, they think they know everything. They're at university and maybe you never came, so what could you possibly know or have to say? You can always try and get clarity on processes, what's on offer. We won't be able to send you their transcript or send you their record, but you can ask questions to try and understand and infer what is happening. And try and avoid the, did you go to class? Did you go to this? Because again, they're competing things also in the mind. And as I wrap up, our goal here is not just to make students have particular sectoral knowledge. Yes, they will know the law, they will know the engineering, they will know the ag side, they will know the bio. But as I said, they're going to be working for another 60 years. So there's going to be more learning. What we want is that our students, if they have to work anywhere under any conditions, they can adapt and they can chart their own path through the labor market in whatever form, whether it's working for somebody, whether it's a 9-to-5, or it's entrepreneurship. So I encourage you to view this as an opportunity for an amazing growth, amazing transformation, and that you will be able to transition to your new roles as parents and guardians still, but now of adults. All right? So thank you very much for listening. And I'll take a few questions, Jason.
Thank you so kindly, Dr. Clark. Do you have any questions for our presenter? Just raise your hand. Our microphone will get to you where you are.
Crystal clear.
Crystal clear it was. Another round of applause for Dr. Clark. Beautiful. Thank you so very much. Okay, so let me update you as to how we'll proceed going forward. Let me first acknowledge, recognize our partners and display booth holders here with us. Want you to check them out during our break and thereafter as well. True Blue Financial, Pre-UE, Polytech, Bank of Nova Scotia, VMBS, Infinity, Credit Union, SAS, as a part of our bursary. We have the Committee Students Office, Student Loan Bureau, Placement and Career Services, and the Office of Student Services and Development, the office from which I come. In our Work and Travel Hub, we have SWAT, SNOW, SORA, all these acronyms. McLean's Travel Agency, Overseas Work and Travel, OFIT, and we'd like to acknowledge Hilo Food Stores for sponsorship, as also Red Bull. Now, ladies and gentlemen, when you break for your lunch, there are several entities that are open on campus. Juicy Patties, just a walk away from here, you can get your meals there, as also KFC. On the outside, we have Bad Dog, Nada is around as well, and other entities. But you can make your way, our team of student assistants will direct you as to where you can find some of these spaces. But we ask that you make full use of your lunch period. We're not permitting eating inside this space, but you can go grab your meals and return promptly at 11:50 for the continuation, 12:50, I'm sorry, for the continuation of our program. Now, when you get back here, we'll be talking finances, we'll be talking security, and at the end of it all, you'll be able to connect with the whole of residents that your student have applied to. So if your child has applied to, let's say, Georgia Lane Hall, you'll be able to get information on Georgia Lane Hall, get a tour of the facilities and so on. If you are a commuting student, you'll be able to meet with your commuting student manager and team right here in this space to get adequate information around commuters' life. Right, so that's where we are at this point in time. We are going to break for lunch. You can make your way to Juicy Patties or to KFC if you choose, or to any of the entities on the outside here. Please check out our booth holders while you are at lunch. Here in this room, we have the True Blue Financial, Pre-UE Polytech, Bank of Nova Scotia, VMBS, Infinity, Credit Union, Corporate Credit Union, SAS, the Committee Students Office, Student Loan Bureau, Placement and Career Services, the Office of Student Services and Development, SWAT, SNOW, SORA, McLean's Travel, Overseas Work and Travel, OFIT, and please do support Hilo Food Stores as also Red Bull, our sponsors for the event. Thank you. See you back here at 12:50 p.m. sharp. get this segment underway. We're kind of inviting those on the outside now to join us on the inside. Let's get this segment out of the way that you can return to the comfort of your homes. The summer heat is indeed on. Ready? Huh? Alrighty. We are at segment 2 for the day, and we hope you had a sumptuous meal, and we want to get going so that we don't have to keep you here beyond the time that we agreed. So those at the back coming in, just make your way quickly to your seats. This is quite an important segment where we learn about money matters, critical information for all our parents, guardians, students, family members, all. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will be talking financial matters. And we have with us 2 key units, offices on the campus. We have Miss Kimberly Henry, who is a customer service officer here at the UWI Bursary. And following her presentation, we'll have a presentation representing the Office of Student Financing, the space from which you can get scholarships and bursaries. And the presenter is going to be Miss Savannah Matthews. Right? So 2 presentations, but 1 overarching theme, and that's of financial matters. So we'll take the questions after the 2 presentations. All right? And we're delighted as well that Mrs. Shanna Hastings-Edwards from the Office of Student Financing is with us and is prepared to engage in our question and answers. So, ladies and gentlemen, may I invite now to the lectern, Ms. Henry, who will share with us on financial matters. Make her welcome, man. That's your monitor there.
I'm not so tall, you know? Right. Good afternoon, everyone. I like that you're kind of chirpy. Let's go again. Good afternoon, everyone. Nice. So I hope that you keep the same energy going because we're going to talk about the financial matters. I do know that when it comes on to the financial matters, some persons normally shy away from it or it is filled with anxiety. So by the end of today's presentation, I'm hopeful that I'll be able to properly sensitize you to some of the main financial obligations that you may have here at the UWI-MONA. So when we think of tertiary education, we have to think about the financial aspect. Outside of the finances that you're obligated to pay, we know that you have food to think about, transportation and other things, right? It not seems so, right? All right. So we're going to go to Financial Navigation 101. And we're going to be talking about the financial obligations that you may have as a student here at the UE Mona. Today, I'm proudly representing the Student Administrative Services section, more commonly known as SAS. We have a booth in the back, so if by any chance I have not touched on your topic, you can definitely visit our booth. I'm also representing our twin office, the Billings and Receivables Unit, and we're both within the bursary department. So I'm unable to give the full scope of our services. So I urge you to follow us on Instagram because, we're trying to keep it modern, right? We're trying to keep finances up. So we urge you to follow us on Instagram where we try to give out the insights and the updates that we think our students need to know throughout their journey here. So SAS and the Billings and Receivables Unit, we have quite a few services, but our core functions entail ensuring that you are billed, ensuring that the billing that is applied to your account is also correct. And we also partner with the entities that you may be seeking financial assistance from. So popular ones would be, for example, the student loan. You have some ministry governments that they send the funds through the bursary. And we also represent our island states and international students. So if you have any particular questions regarding, your finances, how do you get the payments on your account? What is the status of same? As long as that scholarship is routed through the bursary, we'll be able to advise. And even if it is not, we will do our best to give you the information or point you in the correct path. So the first thing or the first obligation that you may have been aware of would have been the commitment fee, correct? All right. So I like to think about it as the commitment deposit. Right? The word fee may seem as if it is a charge that we're imposing on your account. Not true? No? Boy, keep the same energy. Now remember, money matters. So the commitment fee, we're aware of it, correct? Right. So the commitment fee is a deposit that you're putting towards your account, and it's typically 35,000 Jamaican dollars. So when you make this particular deposit, it will be used in the future to offset any future charges that may be applied. So the first of which may be your miscellaneous fees. So the miscellaneous fee is typically more than what the commitment fee is. So you're urged to just pay the difference thereof to satisfy the miscellaneous fees. Cool? It is non-refundable, however. So if you opt to maybe defer or, perhaps, God forbid, go to another institution, because why would you do that? But if you choose to do that, it is non-refundable, and therefore we cannot reimburse same. All right? So at any given time, there are three main charges that can be applied to your account, whether it is tuition, residence, or miscellaneous. These are your key financial obligations that you may face. The tuition that is applied to your account is naturally dependent on the program of study. There are other attributes that come into play as well. For example, are you a full-time student or a part-time student? What is your nationality? Those are some of the aspects that are considered to determine the ultimate tuition that is applied to your account. To get the information to determine which fee may be applicable to you, we will definitely be able to assist you at SAS, so you could contact us and we could give you the necessary information. The miscellaneous fee is a charge that is applied to your account, and this is applied only once per academic year that you are registered. So the fee or the charge of the miscellaneous enables your ability to utilize services from some other departments or the health insurance, for example, which is a popular one, all right? So once you've satisfied the miscellaneous fees, this too is non-refundable, but it will allow for you to cover all the administrative costs as well as the insurance that you are expected to pay as a student here. Residence fee is only applied to your account if you're residing on a MoNA-operated hall. So we may have students who are interested in, for example, 138 student living. They are not reflected on the statement of accounts, meaning Irving Hall, Georgia Lane, Leslie Robinson, they are 138 student living establishments. So if you're residing on one of these halls, you would not see the information populated on your statement of accounts through the bursary. But if you require an invoice, you can definitely speak with them directly to see how best they can assist you. However, for the persons who opt to reside on a traditional hall, for example, Taylor Hall, Preston Hall, Rex Nettleford Hall, all right, them in the building. So if you're up to reside on one of these halls, then the information will be populated on your statement of accounts, and you'll be able to track your finances to see if you're in good financial standing with same. So the payment deadlines for these fees that I've mentioned, you have basically two main options. The first is if you're paying in full for the entire year, or if you're paying by semester, the payment deadline is August 28th. So meaning, if you're paying everything, tuition, miscellaneous, and residence for the entire year, you have until the 28th of August to satisfy that obligation. If you're opting to pay per semester, meaning you're only paying what is applicable for semester one, then the same deadline is applicable to you of August 28th. For semester two, the payment deadline is January 15th. I know you may not remember that now when the time comes, but be assured that the bursary will definitely follow up with you when the time comes. Mr. Mackenzie, it's not moving. Oh, it's moving, it's moving. All right, so I've mentioned some of the main fees that you can face as a student, but how do you go about finding these fees and actually proving what the bursary is saying is correct? Every fee that we've mentioned or that you are being charged as a student, whether it is tuition, miscellaneous, or residence, is published online. So from any search engine, you can type UE check fees or check fees UE Mona. Most times it is the first link that is generated. And once you click on it, you'll be taken to a platform that is illustrated in the picture here. Depending on the information that you are seeking, you click on the applicable link. So are you interested in tuition, whether it is miscellaneous? Would you like to see the residence fees for either a 138 or a Mona Hall? You can definitely get that information here. And after you've done so, you've done your checks to see what the charges are, you can definitely go ahead and make payments through the e-commerce platform. So the miscellaneous fees, which is the mandatory fee that I mentioned just now, it is not yet ready for the 2026-2027 academic year. However, just to give you an idea as to what it is, for this current academic year, as a commuting student, you can run 45,000 Jamaican dollars roughly for the commitment fee. If you are residing on a hall of residence, whether it is a Mona-operated hall or a 138 establishment, then the applicable miscellaneous fee is 52,000 and change. Being a new student at the institution, the bursary will automatically include the cost for the first issue of your ID card, and that will be inputted in the miscellaneous fee that you are billed. So once you've satisfied the full payment of what we will be adding to your account on your statement of accounts, then you can go to the ID room to take your IDs. If by any chance you go to the ID room or you need to take your ID and you do not have the proof of payment to say you have made the full payment of the miscellaneous, or perhaps you've lost it or the receipt is not saying explicitly miscellaneous fees, you can definitely visit SAS and we can give you a payment support that you'll provide to them to show that you have made the full payment of the miscellaneous fees. Then thereafter, they'll be able to assist you to take your IDs. So for the residence information, at your own convenience, you can go on the fee sheet. This that I'm referring here is only the fees for the Mona-operated halls, since, as I've mentioned before, these are the only ones that will be added on your statement of accounts that is available through BOSS. If you want to see the information for 138 student living, you can definitely go onto the website and review the information. So for the payment entities, we have a few partners that we partner with where you can actually make payments. Now, the fastest options would be to make the payment at the bursary cashier or via our e-commerce platform. So when you make a payment at e-commerce, UE e-commerce that is, or at the bursary cashier, it reflects on your statement of accounts immediately. However, for the other entities, there is a delay. We partner with Western Union, JN, NCB, Bill Express, Paymaster, and you can go to any one of these establishments and make a payment. We urge you, however, to ensure that your student ID number is included in the transaction so that it can be properly routed to your respective student account. And if by any chance you've made a payment and you're not seeing where it is reflected on your statement of accounts, simply send us a copy of your receipt and we will aid you to do the research and ensure that your account is updated as well. We do understand that we have regional and international students as well who may not necessarily use the external agencies. And in these instances, we have the wire transfer option, which I'll give you some more information on shortly. But before I continue, I'd like to just pause for a little bit to make you aware that fraud is really a real thing, right? Protect your money. How you go about making your payment is a decision that you need to take seriously, okay? Do not give anyone your information. Under no circumstance will SAS or the bursary call you for personal information to say that this is to make a payment, all right? Don't be scammed out here. So for the UE e-commerce platform, where you can actually make a payment online, you go to the e-services website and you need to actually create an account. If you already have an account, you go ahead and you log in. You would be required to register your card and thereafter you can complete the transaction. However, we do understand that from time and time again, persons may need assistance on how they go about navigating the website or how they go about registering a card, and that's perfectly fine. If the manual that is available to your disposal on the website is not sufficient, then you can reach out to the Mona Information Technology Services Help Desk, where they will be able to walk you through. So peruse the manual first, and then thereafter reach out to MITS. So for the individuals who may need to satisfy their payments via wire transfer or the same thing that is called a bank transfer, you need to reach out to SAS to ensure that you have the correct information. Now, this is one of the payment methods that takes the longest to reflect on your account. So if your payment is due tomorrow, we definitely, if you have other options, we suggest that you use the other platforms because a wire transfer can take up to 15 working days to be fully processed and loaded to your account. However, if this is the only option that you have, contact SAS to get the relevant information and thereafter ensure that once you're completing the transaction, that the ID number is included in the payment description for that bank transfer. Also ensure that you send a copy of us via email, which is displayed here. And just to confirm, it is mona-customer.services@ue.edu. So if all the other options that I've mentioned does not adequately help you and you'd rather to do the installment plan, then we also have installment plans that we offer for both tuition and residence. Now, the installment plan basically allows for you to satisfy the semester's obligation in smaller increments. But there is some payment that is required upfront for you to be considered for the installment plan. Let's get into it for a bit. For the tuition installment plan, the first thing is that you need to make sure that you're fully registered. It means that you've gone ahead, selected your courses, and they're reflected on your timetable. If you have to do an override, it means that you are not fully registered for that course, and we wish for you to ensure that your registration is settled before you complete the installment plan form. Additionally, the payment of the miscellaneous fee, it is a requirement for both plans. So you have to make sure that the full miscellaneous fee is cleared in its entirety. You need to also make sure that the 25% of deposit towards the tuition is paid. This is separate from the miscellaneous fees. So you're paying 25% of the current semester's tuition fee to be qualified for the tuition installment plan. Alternatively, you can pay 25% of the residence to qualify for the residence installment plan. Once the requirements are met, You would go onto BUS once the platform is ready, and then you'll be able to complete the application for the installment plan. Installment plans will be available to you between August 4th and September 11th, where you can actually make an application for whichever one that you require. For the residence installment plan, this is only applicable for Mona-operated halls. Again, if you wish to have a payment arrangement or have any questions for 138 establishments, we urge you to reach out to them directly. So what the installment plan allows is that the balance that will be left on your account after you've paid the deposit, it will be broken up into monthly payments. These payments are due at the end of September, October, and November. Therefore, it is structured in a way to ensure that you have satisfied your full semester's obligation in time for final assessment that will be done in December. For the deposit, if you pay more than the 25%, it then, reduces the amount that you pay per month. But whatever the balance is, it will be divided into 3 equal parts because the maximum amount of time we can give would be the 3 months. So these are some options that you can use to finance your way through tertiary education. And of course, this list is definitely not exhausted. Upfront, if you can afford to do so, you go ahead and you pay in cash. And we always encourage persons to register for what you can afford. Also remember that the moment you register, you are now financially obligated to settle the balance that is now added to your account. And if by any chance you opt not to complete a course, you opt not to complete a semester, ensure that that information is properly communicated to us through your faculty so that the relevant actions can be taken. So, simply put, if you're not at class, if you're not attending the class, you're out of school, you're taking a leave of absence, do not merely go and say, oh, I'm not going to the class, so you won't bill me. UE has already billed you. And we will not, this is not high school where we're running behind and say, oh, Mary Brown is not at school. Let me call. You are now financially obligated to ensure that you have settled the matters, and if in doubt, you find out from the relevant sections. So I said that to say that, of course, there are some penalties that may be enforced if you fall delinquent. The first and foremost is that a financial hold will be imposed on your account. Now, a financial hold is basically a block that is added to your account, and it restricts your ability to sit an assessment. It restricts your ability to see your grades. It restricts your ability from certain services that you can benefit from as a student here on UE Mona. Additionally, a 1% late fine will be calculated and applied to your account until your balance is settled. If your balance remains in arrears, your account is in default, we will continue to be applying the late fines until it is settled. So you see what I'm saying now? If you're not at school, you need to indicate to us that you are not here. And if it is applicable for the charges to be reversed, then the necessary actions can be taken. But remember, the moment you register, fees are now your responsibility to settle. And for example, the miscellaneous fee, it is non-refundable. For extremely delinquent accounts, your account will be transferred to the collection agency. And no, we don't just jump and, send it over to the collection agency without warning. Within the bursary, within SAS, we will do all that we can to reach out to you, to sensitize you, to inform you, to say, hey, there's a balance on your account that you need to actually address. And failure for you to get your account up to date will result in us transferring your account to the collection agency. Also note that the institution reports to the credit bureau, whether you're in good or bad financial standing. So for the persons who are considering, the houses, the cars, the loans that you want the good credit scores for, we'd prefer that when we're reporting to the credit bureau, we report very good information about you. So while I wrap up, I just want to bring your attention to our online platform. So BUS is our baby, the online platform where you can actually get certain services that are offered through SAS. So services, for example, the installment plan, the tuition letter, the statement of accounts, all of these are available through BOSS. You simply sign in using your ID number and the password. You go to forms, or you can even see your unofficial statement of accounts there. So the same credentials that you have as students, you'll be able to input that information and sign in. So simply search UE Online Systems. There's a section for students. You click on the Bursary Online Student System there, and you'll be able to sign in and see the services that we offer. And importantly, we do understand that this is the parents' orientation and that parents will play an integral role in the, throughout the tenure of your child or ward's, time here. But we also need to remind everybody that the students at this time are legally the clients. The students are responsible to communicate the information to us. So if you as a student or you as a parent need to come to do business on behalf of your child, kindly ensure that they have enabled you as a proxy. So legally, we can only give information to who we are authorized to do so. Legally, we can only provide documents to the person who is authorized to do so. So if I am the student, Kimberly Henry, and I'm sending somebody to do business on my behalf, I, Kimberly Henry, am expected to go onto BOSS, indicate to SAS that, hey, John Brown is coming on behalf of Kimberly Henry to do business for me. And sadly, if that information is not presented there, we will not be able to assist the person that is here on your behalf. All right? So your privacy is very important to us. So, if there's anything that I did not touch on, you can definitely reach out to us. We're available Mondays through Fridays, 8:30 to 4:30. We can be reached via WhatsApp at 876-280-8238, or you can call us straight at 876-618-6490. For persons who may have other information that they prefer to do in writing, you can send us a live chat via BOSS, or you can send us an email at mona-customer.services@uemona.edu.jm, or if you send it to the one displayed here, customer.services@uemona.edu.jm, that's fine as well. So thank you so much for having me, and welcome to the UEMONA Pelicans.
Good afternoon, everyone. No. Good afternoon, everyone. While I'm waiting for my slides to come up, my name is Savannah Matthews, and I am from the Office of the Student Financing. Which office I said I'm from? Office of the Student Financing. And with me, I have my lovely manager, Mrs. Shanna Hastings-Edwards. She's right at the front. Just give her a little wave. Thank you for that. All right, so I will be presenting on scholarships, grants, and financial support. When you think about the word Office of Student Financing, what comes to mind other than from money? What comes to mind? Grants, scholarships, financial support. Guys, don't look at the slide. So yeah, she said it clearly. So scholarship, grants, and financial support. So the Office of Student Financing, what are some of our roles? So the roles of the Office of Student Financing, first and foremost, we administer scholarships and grants, or bursaries rather. So these can be both externally or internally, right? So we also administer something by the name of the Federal Student Aid, which is for students who are from the United States of America or are holders of green cards. We also provide general financial assistance, and this can cover both your food, accommodation, transportation, as well as miscellaneous fees. We liaison our best with donors, as it's shown, both internally and externally. And where you see that we say we liaison with Student Loan Bureau, we do not collect the documents. What we do is when you get a scholarship or you do get a bursary, you can use that to either reduce or cancel your loan with the Bureau. So we do that communication for you. So we do not collect the documents. We don't what? We don't what? We don't collect the documents. We help you to cancel or reduce that loan with the Bureau. And lastly, but not least, we also provide financial counseling for our students. So sometimes it's not a scholarship that you may want, but just some advice how to budget yourself for the upcoming years at university. All right? You guys with me? All right, I'm glad that you're with me. Good. So, what are some costs to consider when you're coming into university? As we said, your tuition, how am I going to pay or how am I going to help to pay off my fees for the rest of the 3 years and for my med-sci students for the 5 years? Those are some things that we need to take in place and consider. But your accommodation, am I living on door, am I living on campus or off campus? Your meals, what are you going to eat? Your transportation to and fro to classes, or even if you do live on campus, where can I get money from to help me go buy groceries or do what I need to do as a student? And we also need to consider books as well as miscellaneous. When I say miscellaneous, it doesn't necessarily mean your miscellaneous fees, but any fees that are miscellaneous. For example, you've paid a third of your school, of your tuition rather, and you need a help with the remaining third, you can come to our office, right? Right? Right. Okay, so what are the types of financial aid we offer from the Office of Student Financing? First, we said scholarships and bursaries. What's the second one? General financial aid, federal student aid, and the last one is financial guidance. So we're going to get into scholarships and bursaries first, right? So when is the application period open and when it is closed? Every academic year we are opening our portals on the 1st of May and we close them on the 30th of June. This academic year, however, we did open our portal on the 15th of May. And you guys saying, oh gosh, why should I tell me the information here and the portal is closed? But I hope we're listening and paying attention for the presentation. So you may ask, who can get a scholarship or bursary? Who you think can get a scholarship or bursary? Anybody? Anybody? Yes, anybody where? What are the eligibilities? You have to be a registered undergraduate student. You have to be a registered what? Very good. We also have different types of scholarships. We have our merit-based scholarship, and this is for persons with GPA of 3.0 and over, as well as we have our needs-based scholarship. So we often have donors who say, hey, give me somebody who is struggling. They don't have to meet a certain criteria. They don't have to meet the 3.0. I want to help them. So it's good that we sign up and apply early for scholarships. Even if you don't think you can make it, put an application in. All right? So we also have some keys to successfully getting onto the scholarship portal or accessing it. We need to apply early. We need to what? No, man, I don't hear you. We need to apply early. Are you going to say, Miss Matthews, how am I going to apply early and the portal is closed? Follow me. So in applying early or in applying for a scholarship or bursary, you need to first provide the proper documentation, meaning you need to also be honest on your applications because we will know. You also need to highlight your achievements, whether you were involved in your previous high school or you are involved now at the UE, you need to highlight all your achievements, both inside and outside of UE. And you also need to ensure that your referee affidavit, that's your reference form, is completed by the necessary individuals. I'm going to show you a little bit more about the referee affidavit as we go along in our presentation. All right, you guys still with me? You guys still with me? All right, so who can access these, or which faculties can access these scholarships? Let me see all those from the Faculty of Humanities and Education. Raise your hands. No? You guys know your faculty? All right, I see one hand is one person from Humanities and Education. Science and Technology. Ooh, make some noise for your faculty. Okay, thank you. Social Sciences. Okay, Medical Sciences. Very good. Engineering. All right, I like a wee, but we're still there. Law and sports. Right. So I'm glad that you guys are all present, and I wanted to know that we have scholarships on our website for all faculties. From first year, go straight back to your final year. And because the Office of Student Financing, loves you so much, we have made them easily accessible for you. So you're gonna go on our website, which is Office of Student Financing, and when you click on the scholarship and bursaries, all those scholarships and grants are listed by faculty. They're listed by? No, I never hear what you say. They're listed by? They're listed by faculty. Very good. So, as I said earlier, if you're listening to my presentation or application system for scholarship and bursaries right now, it's closed. But we will be reopening for a second intake. And from our first intake, we got a number of how much? 708 students? 708 students. And you might say, oh my gosh, that's a lot of students, and I won't get through. But we need your applications. We need your... Wait. We need the application. So when the portal does reopen, we want it to apply. Very good. All right. So, because I did tell you that we had our first intake, these are just some of our awardees for the 2026-2027 academic year. And aren't they beautiful, ladies and gentlemen? No man on a bad mind. Them not beautiful? Oh, this is when you come to the Office of Student Financing with your application and you get a little stress take off for your academic year. So you need to apply, and... Okay. So these are just a list of scholarships that we have already awarded for the new academic year. So the Inez Morrissey Scholarship, I'll just go and name a few. This is for second and third year students. They get 2,500 USD, right? And for our Jamaica Government Exhibition Scholarship, that is for UGC funded programs, and they get a full ride. So for the entire 3 years at university, the Ministry of Education covers their tuition as well as their book grant, right? Seeing that you uphold your GPA of 3.0. And you get it for your first year, go straight up to your third year. But no need to fret, we do have over 100 more scholarships to award. So you need to apply. Very good. All right. How can I apply for my scholarships and bursaries? It's very easy. Everything that we are doing now, starting last year, we have went online. So when you're doing your application, online. You're putting in your reference affidavit, it's online. The first thing you need to do is go to our website. And as I said on our website, our scholarships are listed by what? Faculty. Very good. I'm glad that you're listening. They're listed by faculty. So you're going to search your faculty, look at the list of scholarships, and see what best you're eligible for. After finding a scholarship or scholarships in which you are eligible for, you're going to go ahead and prepare the necessary documents. And in preparing the necessary documents, you're going to go ahead and complete that online process for us. And to note, for our online scholarship portal, you are allowed up to 8. You are allowed up to choose how many scholarships? Okay, thank you. So this was the reference form I was alluding to earlier. This is our referee affidavit. This is where we have certain, this goes alongside your application. Sorry. So not every person can fill out this application. This application can be filled out by a Justice of the Peace, your vice principals for those coming in strictly from high school, your principal, your guidance counselor. Who can fill out the form is at the lower bottom of the form, or the lower portion of the form. And this reference needs to know you 2 years or more. So this form goes alongside what? Your what? Your application. Very good. I'm glad you're listening. So alongside having our scholarships and bursaries, we also have something by the name of our general financial assistance. Our general financial assistance, as you see, covers 3 broad topics. It covers cash grants that can help students. And please note, we don't give physical cash to students in hand or in our office. It goes through our lovely department, SAS. Right. We also provide meal cards for students. Once you get your meal card, you can use it on some restaurants on campus. You guys are given $500 for a school day. So this can't be used on a weekend. You're given $500 on that card for the school day, and then you can purchase from the associated restaurants on campus. Yeah, we also do give out grocery vouchers for our students. And finally, we have our book grants. So you might say, oh, we don't need books, but we do know, especially for our med side, that you guys do need your textbooks sometime. You can come to us and we assist you with book grants. So I have the cash grants, and then which other grant we have? The meals and grocery vouchers, and then the book grants. Very good. And when is this portal open? This portal, unlike our scholarship portal, which was already closed, is open throughout the academic year. You can get it once throughout the academic year. So for semester 1, the portal is open in September and closed when? When is the portal closed? November, right. And for semester 2, it's open in January and closed in April. And as you see in red, what does it say? Apply. All right, very good. So as you can see here, this is for our students. This is the student administration system. And you can see where our forms are. We have the OSF financial aid form at the top, and below we have our scholarships and bursary forms. All right? You guys with me? All right, very good. What is the federal student aid? As alluded to earlier, this is an unsubsidized direct loan given from the U.S. Department of Education. Who can get this? This is for U.S. students or eligible non-citizens, though, for example, those who hold a green card. And this can be for students registered in any faculty except medical science. And this is only for our Mona campus. This is only for our what? All right, good, you're with me. What are some other ways you can finance your undergraduate degree? One, we have the JAMVAT. So once you're doing a UGC-funded program, JAMVAT pays for 30% of your tuition once you complete those 200 voluntary hours. How many hours do you need to complete to get that JAMVAT? Very good. We also have our Student Loan Bureau, and you know that the Student Loan Bureau has 2 different types of loan. What is the first loan we have? The targeted loan, and then which one? The pay-as-you-study loan. And we also have, because we also do love you so much, the Office of Student Financing wants this information to be easily accessible to our students. We have also listed the external scholarships on our website. So as I told you, we're listed the scholarship by what? How is the scholarship listed on our website? By what? By faculty. So once you scroll to the bottom, you're gonna see all those external scholarships on our website. And what's our website? Office of the? No, someone. Office of the Student Financing. Thank you. We also have our PATH. In the past, PATH bursary has been $100,000, but as of last year, they raised it to $150,000. And we start collecting applications the 1st of August, and we stop collecting them the 30th of September. Where can you find the application? Because we love you so much. Guess where the application is? On our what? On our website. Right. So we will start collecting these the 1st of August. And the application is listed on our website. All right? So where can I find the Office of Student Financing? I'm not sure why my video isn't playing. Tech to you? How can I play the video? Or you guys can do it for me manually? No? You can play it for me manually. I press in and then I press in. In the meantime, I'll tell you where we are located a little later on in the presentation. You guys listening? All right. Where are we located? We are located on the 1st floor of the administrative annex building, and we are upstairs, bursary and billings. And as you can see, my email is there, or telephone numbers are 876-441-4120 or 876-441-34548. Right, and you can always pan to our website because it has all the information in which you need. But I couldn't close off my presentation without giving you a gift. What you guys think the gift is? Excited for the gift? No, sir, man. No, sir. They're not excited at all. You guys excited for the gift? Okay, thank you. The good news is that we are reopening our scholarship and bursaries portal for a second intake. And this second intake is when? When would we reopen? The 15th of August, and we close the September 15th. So I want to see everybody taking out their phones. I want to see everybody take out their phones, go on their camera app and scan the QR code. It will take you straight to our website. I don't see no taking out on no phone. I see some, I don't see all. I see parents mostly, I don't see students. All right. So, I do. You guys had scanned it? I changed before I asked. You guys had scanned it? Let me go back. All right, you can scan it now. I have 2 questions because I am allotted a minute. Okay, my 2 questions are, and I have 2 gifts. Name 1 scholarship that was already awarded for the 2026-2027 academic year. The INAs are not going to take it like that. I want the full name of the scholarship. Let me get the young lady right here in the blue. The Inez Marcy Scholarship. Clap for her, guys. Give her a round of applause. And my final question is, when were the scholarships portal reopened for this academic year? I'm not. Let me rephrase that question. When was the scholarship portal opened for the new academic year? I got a young lady a while ago. I want a gentleman. All right, young man in the blue. May 15, that's right. Clap him, ladies and gentlemen. All right, that is the end of my presentation. I hope it was informative. And as I said, all information is on our website, and our website is the... No, sir, man. Our website is the Office of... Okay, thank you. Give yourselves a round of applause, and thank you so much for participating and listening.
Okay, beautiful. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you have a quick question for the financial power team, whether it be for Miss Henry or Mrs. Hastings Edwards, then, here's roving microphone. Khalid, where are you? Our member of the team. There's a hand here up front and there's one at the back. Roving microphones, where are you?
Yeah.
Ajay, the first hand is right here up front, and then the other right here. And there's a lady at the back in that aisle. We'll take those 2 questions.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Ma'am, Miss Williams, right? Who's the lady who spoke last?
Miss Matthews?
Miss Matthews, sorry.
Microphone 6.
I wanted to find out what were the benefits of a bursary versus a scholarship.
All right, so a scholarship normally covers 90% of the tuition for a student, while a bursary covers a little less than that. I'm not seeing where the question is coming from, but I hope I answered the question. Right. Mm-hmm. You're welcome.
Right. The hand at the back, Ajay.
Hello, good afternoon. Are there any on-campus jobs that undergraduate students can apply for?
Yes, they are. But I would say to you, right next to you is a booth, Office of Placement and Career Services. You can check them out and they'll be able to give you detailed information around that. Okay? Is there another question? There's one to the front here. All right, so I'll take these two questions. One here, just keep your hand raised so he can acknowledge you, and then there's one up front here when you're through. All right, we'll take those two.
Good afternoon. I just wanted to know if all the scholarships, including the bursary scholarships, are only for full-time students.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the question. Currently, the scholarships and bursaries that we have are for undergraduate full-time students. We're hoping to have that change in the future. As you would understand, most of the scholarships are donor funded, and so donors have to have that interest in financing part-time students. We have had a part-time portfolio in the past, and we're working towards that, so look out for the updates, okay?
Okay.
Good day, everyone. Will students be able to start classes if the SLB loans are being delayed?
All right, thank you so much for the question. So the question for those who didn't hear, will you be able to start your classes if the SLB is delayed, correct? Yes, you will be able to start your classes. What we encourage that you do is that you sort out the financial aspect with the Bureau beforehand so that the necessary information can be relayed to the institution in a timely manner.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll take one final question, if there is one in this segment, before we invite our financial institutions to come forward.
Good afternoon. My question is, I realize that we're not seeing the tuition fees on the portal. Just wondering if those fees are not going to be populated until registration.
Okay. There are some of them there depending on the program, meaning on your personal statement, you're not seeing it. Yeah, so if it is not yet there, then we can definitely take a look on it. You can reach out to SAS, but most of the fees are already inputted. If yours is not there, it just may not be a matter that we may have some manual intervention that we have to take. All right?
For clarification, are you saying that you're not seeing the fees when you log into the student's account, or you're not seeing the fees on the UE Mona fee portal? Okay, for the student's account, the student has to be registered and the faculty has to approve the courses before the charges will generate. So once the student select all courses for the academic year, as Ms. Henry had advised, then the faculty representatives will approve the courses once the student is eligible to take those courses. And that is what will generate the charge on the student account. So that is when you will see them. But as Mr. McKenzie has allowed me 30 seconds, Ms. Matthews mentioned that we have over 100 scholarships left, and so persons should apply. Now you're thinking, oh my, so many thousands of students here, I'm not going to bother with that. Bear in mind, one scholarship does not mean one award. One scholarship sometimes means 20 awards, 25 awards. So we do have hundreds of awards, right? And we are inviting you to apply. If you're uncertain about your status or your eligibility, as she said, please feel free to contact everyone at the Office of Student Financing because we're here to serve. Thank you.
You can do better than that, man. You're getting scholarships and bursts and these lovely things. Yes, indeed. So we want to thank our power team for being with us. Wishing you the best for the rest of the day as we invite our partners. So, ladies and gentlemen, you'd have heard about scholarships and bursaries, information around financing. But there are other means that you may opt to engage, use to fund your higher education. And so we have SLB on board. Going to ask Mr. Henry, Chevron Henry, to join us quickly, as also the representatives from the other financial institutions here, Mrs. Porter Davis from Infinity, Mr. Bennett from VMBS. Make your way to center stage now, as they will introduce to you how they can support your child award been here at the university financially. Mr. Henry, to kick us off, the SLB will share information with us briefly, and then each of the other presenters has 2 minutes to just share on their portfolio area. Mrs. Davis, Porter Davis. Time is of the essence. While these persons join us, I'm going to proceed to our security presentation. We have with us Manager of Operations, and I'm going to invite him to come to center stage, Mr. Ralph Ellis. Please make him welcome, ladies and gentlemen. He'll talk to us briefly on campus security. This is critical information. Stay with us, all right?
A very good afternoon to you, ladies and gentlemen. How are we doing? Having a great day? Wonderful. Okay, so first and foremost, let me apologize for the absence of the campus security manager, Mr. Marlon Nesbitt, who is unable to be here today, and so I'm here in his place. I also want to commend you, parents and guardians, for choosing the University of the West Indies for the continued education of your child or your ward. That decision was indeed an excellent one, and I applaud you for it. Now, the job of the security portfolio is to provide a safe and secure environment for our students. We also provide them with sensitive information about security matters, and we aim to create an environment in which safety and security becomes a way of life. Way of life. Okay, so a little about the university. The University of the West Indies is a premier university. It is the first in Jamaica, was established in the year 1948. It is a global university with global ranking. It has been ranked within the top 3.6% out of a total of 33,000 other universities. And of course, it is the #1 university in the English-speaking Caribbean. So you can see that it is an excellent university for your children and your wards. One of the things you might be asking yourself, though, is how do we secure this vast university? You might very well know that the university has 5 campuses, Mona campus being one of them. And this campus sits on 650 acres of land. It has 10 halls of residence, 7 faculties, 2 health centers, and a number of other facilities geared towards the comfort and the security of our students. So it's a vast property, a community by itself. So how do we secure this campus? We have a 3-tier security systems on this campus. Yes, provided by the Mona Police, the campus police, and also the security providers. A little about each. The Mona Police, they are sworn members of the Jamaica Constabulary Force. And their job is to serve and protect the people of Jamaica by maintaining law and order, protecting lives and property, detecting and preventing crime. And they have a post right here on this campus that is staffed by an inspector of police and other ranks. Secondly, we have the campus police. There is a legislation that is called the University's UWI Security Act. Now, one of the primary duties of the campus police is to enforce the provisions of that act. which I'll tell you a little more about later on. We also have on campus surveillance cameras that are strategically located around this campus. Now, these cameras are monitored from a monitoring station that is operated by the campus police. So from this station, the campus police can see what is happening on the ground and will transmit sensitive information to security personnel on the ground for action. The campus police also operate a student escort bus service. This is a service that is available to students in the night, where the campus police will transport students from hall to library and different places on the campus at no expense to the students. The campus police also respond to incidents and emergencies. They help to patrol this campus and to provide emergency escort. So the campus police has an expanded role on this campus. The security providers, the contracted security providers, now they happens to be from the King Alarm Security Company. And they have security guards posted all around this campus. You'll find security guards at the main entrances. You'll find them at faculty buildings, at halls of residence, at offices, at departments. You'll see them patrolling the campus on bicycles, on bikes, and on motor cars. And they also have a quick response team that patrols this campus. So those are the three layers of security that we have on campus, and they all operate as a team to keep this campus safe. Okay, so back to this UWI Security Act. Now, this act came into effect in the year 2002, and it seeks to regulate certain activities on the campus. And by that, it creates certain offenses that persons can commit on the campus. So, for instance, if you park illegally on the campus, that's an offense. If you park before a fire hydrant, that's an offense. If you operate a business or a trade on the campus without permission, that's an offense. If you fail to follow the directions given by security personnel, that's an offense. And there are also other offenses also. So this is an act that is geared to protect the university and to keep order within its boundaries. We encourage students on this campus to wear their university identification cards or to have it on their person at all times whilst they're on the campus. And there's good reason for that. A student will not be able to transact business at the bursary without their university ID. They will not be given access to the library without their ID. They will not be able to sit in an examination room without their ID. And there are several other facilities that they will not be able to access without their ID. So I'm encouraging students, parents and guardians, I'm asking you to encourage your children and your wards to have their university ID on their person at all times whilst they're on the campus. Now, recently, the university embarked on a 3-year multi-million-dollar project to increase technology in the use of security on the campus. And that will see additional number of surveillance cameras on the campus. It will see panic buttons at strategic points on the campus. We will create safe passages on the campus that students can traverse at nights. It will mean an expansion of the campus police unit and increase in the number of security vehicles on the campus. Now, here are some tips for students, guardians, and I'm asking you, guardians, to remind your children and your wards about these things. Students should avoid using cell phone whilst walking on the campus, especially in the night. They have to be alert and ask them to walk in well-lit areas. They must not leave cell phone, laptops unattended in classroom, gazebo, libraries, laboratory, or restaurants. They might be subjected to theft. They should keep their room doors locked at all times, even if they're going to the kitchen for a short trip. They should keep their keys on their person or in their possession. They should never leave keys under the door, over the door, or on the doormat. They should never take unlicensed taxi. That's a taxi we call robo-taxi. There are an inherent danger in taking those taxis. They should not store valuable items close to the window. They should never unlock the emergency door unless there is an emergency. They should use hard-to-guess passwords on their device. They should never share password with anyone. If their password is compromised, they should change it immediately. They should use antivirus firewall to protect their devices. They should not open email or attachment from unknown sources. They should back up their computer with external drive. They should keep banking card and credit card PIN number and password safe. They should never send anyone to the ATM with their credit or debit card. They should avoid going to the ATM at nights. If they have to, they should take someone along with them. They should avoid posting compromising, inflammatory, or personal information on the net. And they should report all incidents to the police as early as possible. These are some valuable tips that will help to keep them safe as well as the campus at large. Now here are some important numbers that you need to know. These are the numbers that you need to call in case you have issues. And the first one is a monitoring station. Now our monitoring station, that's the one I spoke about earlier. It operates as an information hub. Any difficulty, any distress, any problem students are having, they need to call this station, and this station will get help to them. And then you have the campus security office. That's the administrative office of for the security of this campus. You can call this number at any time. Then you have the campus police, and the campus police, they are always patrolling on the 24 hours. So this is a good number to know. 551, sorry, 0134. And then you have the Mona police. Very important number to know. 837-7192. Make sure you have it. And the next number relates to the King Alarm. 292-3950. And for the campus security manager, that's 587-008 or 817-7688. Make sure you have those numbers. Parents and guardians, students, they are important numbers. It can mean the difference between getting help and not getting help. Now, thank you very much for your attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Ellis. We're wrapping. Parents, family members, we're wrapping. So we're gonna hear from the student loan bureau. Siobhan, come on, just sprint up, fast. Then Mr. Maynard from VMBS. VM group is a group, right? I want to be clear on that, you know. And is Lady Porter Davis here? Huh? Okay. So you have 2 minutes each just to punch it and move. We'll start with Siobhan. So parents and family members are wrapping now. We're going to hear from some other financial institutions briefly. And then after that, if you have applied to a hall of residence, you have the option now of meeting your hall manager and his or her team, visiting the hall to see the facilities. And for the commuting students, you'll remain here with the SSDM for commuting students. And that's a wrap for the day. So after these persons, we are closing our presentations And then if you opt to tour with your hall manager, you will be divided in those groups and be taken to those spaces where you get to hear about the hall that you've applied to follow through on information of surrounding same, and to view the spaces that your child or ward will be living in. Are we clear? That's how we bring a wrap on things. So it's Student Loan Bureau, VMBS, and then it's what, right? Oh, Infinity. Yes, man, Infinity. It's because Mrs. Davis hiding from me around the back, you know. All right, so 1, 2, 3, from SLB to VM Group and to Infinity Cooperative Credit Union. Over to you, Mr. Henry.
Good afternoon, UE. If you can hear me, clap once. All right, some persons around at the back can't hear me, so we're going to do that again. If you can hear me, clap once. All right, we're not here over here so that much, but if you can hear me, clap twice. Good, good. So some persons here are engaged. It's such a pleasure just to be here. My name is Siobhan Harvey, and I'm from the Students Loan Bureau. I'm here on an annual basis, so I'm no stranger to the University of the West Indies. I'm also a student, and I'm also an employee of the Students Loan Bureau, and it's really a privilege just to be here, just to speak to the youths who are the future, because we have a lot of youths who have a lot of potential, who have a lot of dreams and desires, and we here at the Students Loan Bureau, that's where we comes in. We want to help to make your dreams a reality. And guess what? It's not just your dreams, it's also your parents' dreams, right? They want to help you, so we want to partner with your family. We want to partner with your mom and with your dad to help to make your dreams a reality. Let me hear the doctors, let me hear the bachelors of sciences, let me hear the lawyers, let me hear some noise for all the persons who are looking to graduate 4 years from now as an employed professional, as a certified professional. We want to help to make your dreams a reality. And so that's why we're here. That's why I'm here. And I take pleasure in this role because the Students Loan Bureau, I'm just going to give you a few of our benefits of applying and why you should choose Students Loan Bureau. Why? It's because we offer the lowest interest rate island-wide. Our interest rate can be as low as 6% per year, 6% per annum for our pay-as-you-study loan. As a matter of fact, we have 3 loan facilities. We have a loan facilities for mom and for dad and for you, right? So if it is that you want to apply for your first degree, we have the pay-as-you-study. We also have the targeted loan, but if mom and dad wants to pursue their master's degree, we have the postgraduate. Now I understand that most persons here are pursuing undergraduate, so we have 2 loan facilities best suited for that. Everybody can hear me, right? Just hear me, clap one time if you can hear me. After 3, 1, 2, 3. Right, good. So for the pay-as-you-study loan facility, the interest rate is 6% per annum. You can borrow up to $1 million, right? And you have 10 years to repay. You can repay, so basically you're looking at least, if it is that's $1 million, I can give you a rough estimate, but you can visit our booth and we can provide you with a rough estimate. Okay? You can borrow up to $1 million per academic year. Okay, the interest rate is 6% per annum. You repay while you're attending school, and your place of employment would have to facilitate salary reduction. If you're self-employed, no problem. You can just put a letter together, we can negotiate, okay? Now, as for the targeted loan, this one is the very one suited for you. Why? Because you can borrow up to $1 million, and you have 15 to 20 years to repay. Now, if you're pursuing medicine or law, you have 20 years to repay. Now, for this loan facility, it also has a moratorium phase, which means that you don't have to repay until you complete school. Okay? So you have 15 to 20 years to repay. Now let's use 15 years. So if you're pursuing, let's say, bachelor's in management studies or in psychology, you have 15 years to repay, and that includes your time in school. So your time in school will be, let's say, 4 years. So you have at least 10 years or 11 years to repay. Now, after you complete school, let's say someone completes school May of this year, you don't have to repay until next year, September. So that's at least 14 months before you actually start repayment. Okay? We also have a good standing promotion going on, which means that if you maintain a GPA of 2.5 and over, you benefit from a discount in the interest rate. So at 2%, so the 7.8% in school can be as low as 5.8%. And if you maintain good standing while in repayment after about a year or 2, you can benefit from a 2% discount also in the interest rate. So the 9.5% can be as low as 7.5%. Okay? So we just want your help to make your dreams a reality. You know, there are special benefits for persons who are also ward of the state. There are special benefits for persons who are a part of the JAMBAT program. There are special benefits for persons who are on the PATH program. There are special benefits for persons who are children of public sector workers. Okay? So I just want to encourage each and every one of you. Choose SLB. And if you have not yet chosen, consider SLB. Consider our products, consider our facilities, and consider our convenience. Okay? Now, the reality is that we're living in an economy that is not so stable. It is very volatile, right? From the war breaking out in the Middle East, the changing the price of oil, changing the price of taxi fare, changing the price of food, everything, right? And you want to ensure that your child is not going through any financial burdens or financial anxiety or any stress while pursuing their studies. You want to ensure that all they can focus on is their studies, right? So just to deal with that, choose SLB, okay? Choose SLB. The scripture also says, today's a Sunday, so I'm going to quote a scripture, that a wise man leaveth inheritance for his children. Okay? So you want to ensure that you use your money wisely. And choosing SLB is using it wisely. Okay? Choosing SLB is using it wisely. You want to ensure that the funds that you're spending, instead of the upfront money that you're spending towards your tuition, you can use that to purchase. Let me see all the children who would want a house and a land before they finish school. Let me see the hands of those who want a house and a land before they finish school. It is possible. Tell mom and dad, say, hey, it is possible. Right? You borrow SLB loan and use the tuition money paid on a house. What do you say about that? Can I get an amen? Can I get an amen? Or you might not want, you probably have a house and a car and a land already. What about a nice car? What about a nice Honda Fit? What kind of car would you like? What kind of car? Give me some cars, no man. When just work with me. All right, so I just get the time signal, right? But I just want to encourage you guys. Choose Students Loan Bureau, okay? For your children, for your future, and for a brighter future. Choose SLB, and not just for your family, but also your community. You're talking about your extended family. You're talking about Jamaican economy. Okay, God bless you. Have a wonderful day.
Good afternoon, everyone. If you hear me clap, once. Thank you. No, man, if you hear me clap once. All right. My name is Orlando Maynard. I am from the VM Group, and I am Manager of Sales and Services. And today, briefly, we want to say for students, congratulations on this milestone. Give yourselves one clap. We know this journey is an exciting one, and how we can assist you. We are a building society that has been in existence for over 147 years, and we believe in building a greater society by improving financial services for you. How do we do that? We offer you a regular savings account where we give you a debit card. You can use at any multi-link. And why do we say choose our debit card service facility? Because VMBS is owned by our members. And being owned by our members, we're saying we offer you low or no fees to operate with us. So we are the cheaper option of using banking services. We offer online services as well, in which if you're at school and you need to reach out to mommy, daddy, or your guardian and say, send me some funds, within a second, they can go online, transfer it to your account, and you have that money. Right? That sounds good? Talk to me. Now, also, we offer foreign currency rates for those who are doing the work and travel program, or if you just want to trade with foreign currency, we have special interest rates that we'll offer to the students. So come, all you need is your ID, TRN, and proof of address. If you're older than 18, 18 and older you can open your own account. If you're younger than 18, we won't leave you out. However, you will need an adult to be a part of that account. So just come and talk to us. We will give you more information. Parents, guardians, we are here for you. This time next year, you'll be thinking about back to school expenses. We have our savings option, which is called the iSave, which you can put aside funds monthly. That when this time comes, you don't have to worry about where to find the money because you have been consistently saving towards this goal. We have our lending facilities through our credit card or unsecured loan or secure loan through. If you have a property, you want to use that as collateral. If you have a car, you want to use it as collateral to cover those expenses associated with providing that future for your student. Come and talk to us. We can find a way for you. We're down there. We will just take your contact details because we know time is of the essence today, and then we'll have a follow-up conversation. Thank you and all the best.
Thank you, sir. Maynard, and finally, from Infinity Cooperative Credit Union, we move a little fast now. Eh? No, it's up to you know I'm introducing you. Stacey and Porter Davis. Make her welcome, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. For over 70 years, the credit union has been a part of the university campus. We're located just outside this building, outside this fence rather, the blue and yellow building next door. And for over 70 years, we have been helping students, their parents as well, help them achieve the goals that they set out. When they step on to the campus, the goal is to get that first degree. And we've helped. We've helped with loans, we've helped with scholarships. Once you're a member of the credit union for over a year, our scholarship period opens every June, and we encourage the students to apply. Your GPA doesn't have to be a 4.0. With a 3.0 GPA, you can apply for the scholarships. And we are invested in our students, in helping them to succeed. In partnership with the University of the West Indies, we do offer a special rate student loan where you can borrow up to $300,000. And the university is looking to revise that amount upward given what the current school fees are, that you can apply at a special rate and you don't have to take 15 years to repay. I know a 15-year repayment sounds good and it works for some, but for those of us who want to repay it in a much shorter period, you can access this facility. And like I said, we're right here on the campus, so you're free to come in and talk. We also have our booth around the side there that you can come and talk with us if you want to learn more, because I know Jason is pressed for time and I'm not going to let him give me that time signal. So thank you, congratulations, welcome to the University of the West Indies, and thank you for listening to us. Remember to stop by and learn what the possibilities are with Infinity. Have a good one.
No, man, they did really well with the time, right? Yes, indeed. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me thank you very much for taking this significant part of your Sunday to be here with us. Really appreciate you and appreciate that you have chosen the Mona campus of the University of the West Indies. It's been a good time with you, and I'm delighted that we were able to share this moment together. So now, we're going to ask you to check in on screen and so on for our evaluation code, scan it, and to do the evaluation. And finally now, I'm going to call the representatives of the halls of residence to come up front. When you hear the hall to which you have applied or from which you have gotten a response, then you're going to join that team. You can visit the hall, go to the space, and learn more about the hall that your student, child, your ward will be staying. So, I'm going to ask all the representatives from the halls and the committee in student office to come up front. Blessed Shabbat, right? To come up front, and you will go with the team or unit so represented, all right? So, I'm seeing, yes, everybody adequately represented. Let me start with the George Elaine crew. So if you have applied to Georgia Lane Hall, just come team in gray. Gonna ask you to go with them. They will lead you to where you ought to go. Georgia Lane Hall, parents, family members of Georgia Lane Hall, pull up the flag, man, so that they can see quickly. Right. And I'm gonna ask you to start moving. Right, start moving. Just go with this Georgia Lane Hall. Just roll with this crew. All right? Just roll with this crew. I see the Irvinites. Where's the torch? You need a torch to hold up, man. So if you have applied to Irvin Hall, you're next. Irvin Hall. Irvin Hall. All the persons applying to Irvin Hall. Stay right here, Irvinite, center stage. Irvin Hall. Irvin Hall. All those apply to Irvin Hall. Just come quickly, please. Irvin Hall. All right, so Irvin Hall, start moving. Irvin Hall. Irvin Hall. All right, Irvin Hall. This is the Irvin Hall crew. Let's go to the left. My left, your right. Irvin Hall. Then Elsa Leorini Hall. Elsa Leorini Hall, come center stage, ELR. Elsa Leorini Hall. Elsa Leorini Hall. All applicants to Elsa Leorini Hall. Elsa Leorini Hall. Hassan Preston, I'm going to ask you to go far left. Hassan Preston, far left. So if you have applied to Hassan Preston Hall, far left, purple. Hassan Preston Hall, LR, start moving. Don't commingle with the person nice, but start moving. Rex Netford Hall, all the applicants to Rex Netford Hall, come center stage. Keep moving, Elsa Leorini Hall, keep moving. Keep moving, Elsa Leorini Hall. Keep moving. Rex Netford Hall, if you apply to Rex Netford Hall. ELR, please keep moving. I want to clear that area. ELR, keep moving. The Prestonites, you can sort with yourself outside. Mary Seacole Hall. Stand center stage. So, Rex Netford, I'm going to ask you to use this corridor to start moving. Rex? Rex Netford Hall. Seacole Hall, Mary Seacole Hall. Come center stage, Mary Seacole Hall. If you apply to Mary Seacole Hall, and that's an all-female facility, all right? Come center stage, Mary Seacole Hall, all the Seacole lights. If you apply to live in Mary Seacole Hall, all right, Hassan Preston Hall, keep moving. Huh? Seacole lights, just stay together. You can go to the left to create some space for me here. Leslie Robinson Hall. LRH, come center stage, LRH. Leslie Robinson Hall. Mommy, you really put her in an Arsenal shirt? Eh? Why you have your daughter walking around naked? Eh? Oh, are you? It's your doing, eh? Boy, you is a bad company, man. Boy, congratulations, so on your championship. Let me. Oh, geez.